Hi, guys. Welcome back to the channel. Your favorite pseudo intellectual, Lord Hellespont the Fifth, here. Ah, it's so nice to be back. It feels great to talk to you guys instead of the void of our daily existence. It's really wonderful to be here, to be back with you. We are going to talk about a question that I think is really important to many of us because at the end of the day, it touches into some of these dilemmas we face as watch collectors. And at the end of the day, what we have here is a group that we have built to talk through, to think through some of these issues, some of these questions that we come across and that we face as we try to put together a collection of 2, 3, 4, or more watches. And this is one of the questions that I keep asking myself. Do I need to have a proper dress watch in my collection? Do I need to have a chronograph in my collection? Do I have too many GMT slash travel watches in my collection? Um, do I really need another dive watch? Right. So we are gonna think about some of these questions. We are gonna think about some of these conversations that we keep having as collectors, whether we envision our collections as single-minded, as serving a particular purpose, perhaps reflecting a part of our personality, echoing with our personal expression, or do we think of it as representing a genre in each watch or a brand in each watch? I have my lovely co-host back. This is great. We're coming back strong, guys. Here is Waz. Hey, welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, I've got a moment. I don't know how long. We'll see.
It's just greed.
Yeah,
What
it's
do you
just
mean?
greed.
Explain.
Oh, well, it's at some point you just like, I need one of this and one of this, and you're doing um, check boxes as opposed to something else. Like I've thought, like the analogy for me is I'm really not a fan of like checkbox tourism where you go to Paris, okay, I got to do the Louvre, I got to do
Mhm.
the Eiffel Tower, I got to do the Notre Dame, something like that, where you just go, and you're not really enjoying the day. Like you can't do the Louvre in one day. Like that's silly.
Right.
But here you are, you ticked your box, so you're done, right? I guess you walked in through the front door, that's enough. And so with watches, I think we all make the same thing. Is like, oh, I got to have a GMT because a GMT exists. But
Well, Oz, can't you be just as greedy having a collection of just chronographs or just dive watches or even just speedmasters?
yeah, that's true. That's true. So it's like it goes in all different directions. What is justified? What how could we can we lust for things and know that this was a sound decision, quote unquote.
No, I mean I agree. By the way, it's a great analogy. DP says I was just pushing back a little bit because ultimately, yes, whenever we justify getting yet another watch when we have two or three already, right? I'm not even talking about much more than that. Um, if you really peel the onion, what we have in the core is pure greed, like you said. We just want one more watch. We just want that, one more commodity that we
Yeah.
can bond with so we can have some meaning in our lives. But I think the analogy specifically when it comes to a particular genre of collecting is even more appropriate. in the way you were saying, like, okay, I have to have a dive watch, I have to have a chronograph, I have to have a proper dress watch, I have to have a travel watch, on and on and on. And apparently that's one way in which we retroactively justify our greed. Corrado, welcome to the channel. XR Money, I agree with you. Welcome back. This is a big community built on agreement, positivity, and good vibes. Not really, but anyway. Patricia Teague is here. She always brings in a lot of positivity. She says, I struggle with deciding what kind of collection I want. And I think this is kind of the other end of the spectrum, right? Rather than being greedy and pouncing on that opportunity to acquire yet another watch, perhaps it is the right mentality to be patient, to act with intention, to think first about what you actually want from your collection, what you actually want from your watches, right? Why do you have a wristwatch at all? Forget about a collection, right? And I think that's an interesting question, and a question that we skip too readily, because we really don't need even a single watch.
Yeah, I go to the bank, and the bank manager, he wears a 114270, so the previous gen 36mm Explorer, and I've got mine, the 124 anniversary, pristine 2021, perfect condition, minty minty minty. And
Yeah.
he's been wearing for over 10 years, and they look like completely different beasts, as in, like, his is worn, very, very worn. And the way that it looks is just different. My experience of the Explorer will be far more superficial than his. Like, I'll never catch up. He's he's worn that for more than a decade in his line of work, and that's something I will never experience from that watch, no matter how much I like it. So we're always giving something meaningful up when we decide to add yet another watch to the collection.
Right, because you are basically taking away from all these things that you can be doing with your one watch. It's very, very good point. BC, hey, welcome back to the channel, man. Nice to see you. Corrado, welcome back. I watched your video on the Explorer today, Ozzy. By the way, guys, Ozzy has now a new channel dedicated entirely to watches, right? Because his channel has a very broad spectrum of things, anything and everything that he's interested in. So he wanted to streamline it a little bit. I think it's simply called Aussie Expat Watches.
Yeah,
We
that's
can,
right.
of course, drop the link in the chat, but if you search for it like that, you will find it very easily. I have already
Thanks for the
subscribed.
speak. I really do appreciate it. Like, in the early days of a channel, it can be very, very difficult. And I really do appreciate everyone's support, including I saw the subscription from Corrado here. Really appreciate it. And on his mention of the Explorer 2, certainly. Oh. Jeez, Junior, can you not do that? Thank you.
No. It was fine. I thought he was painting
It's
or
so
something.
loud. The Black Explorer 2. So I actually did see a Black Explorer 2 at my AD being delivered to someone about 4 months ago.
Mm.
But depending on the size of your AD, this is a believable quote from an AD. Most of the time when they say they don't have stock, completely unrealistic. But I do believe that the Explorer 2 is not loved a lot, and the black dial especially, so they tend not to burden the dealers with too many of those.
DP, also welcome back. Dirk Diggler, hey man, nice to see you. I like the way the kid slammed the door at the end. I was gonna say to Ozzy, I think he should ask Junior about his barber. The kid has a better haircut than you do.
His just grows more naturally than mine. It's I'm responsible for both haircuts.
That's the thing. It must be more difficult to cut your own hair. I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
yeah. It's an acquired skill. I've been doing it for over 10 years.
It's an acquired skill. So, I mean, I'm assuming you're just not talented in this particular line of work. Let's put it this way.
I've been experimenting. It hasn't been too good. Like the last time you saw me, I'd gone basically bald because I accidentally put the wrong clip on. And it's like, oh, guess I'm doing 0.5 millimeter today. I guess that's what I'm doing.
But I mean, if it's an acquired taste and you have been doing it for 10 years, I don't see much growth.
I work in the right industry, in the right role where mistakes are allowed with regarding to hair. I used to be in sales.
I mean, things have changed now. You could probably just wear a baseball cap and go to the office if you're in sales at this point. No one really cares.
Yeah, it depends on the industry. I think like trading loss reminds me like you still want to be dressed up pretty well in the finance industry. Like when I did sales, it was in finance, so that was as always trying to be the best dressed person in the room.
I loved it, by the way. I was trying to give some play around with trading loss a little bit, have a little bit of banter, made some American Psycho references, and he didn't get it. He either didn't watch the movie, or it's like sea to the fish. It's so real for him that he doesn't get the joke. He doesn't think it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I read the book and watched the movie quite a few times.
The book is even better. It has a few things that are a little more visual. Let's say I remember, for example, this wasn't in the movie, where he gifts his fiancée a urinal cake dipped in chocolate. Yeah,
in a Godiva box.
Yeah. It's beautiful. And of course,
I can't remember. She said it was like minty or something like that. Minty.
Yes, exactly that. That's the line. And there's also, of course, the immortal line, where he says to the sex worker, "Don't touch the Rolex," whereas in the movie it's just "Don't touch the watch."
Yeah. So I think one thing to be wary of is that Patrick Bateman is the guy who, if you say compliment him on the nice GMT, we go like, no, it's a Rolex. He's that guy. He's really not deep into anything.
Yes, it's just about the surface. It's
very like everything about him is the surface. So really understanding or loving a Rolex was like, no, the name is, that's it. That's as far as it goes. And in the book, that's as far as it goes. Like that's as much detail as you get in the book, is that it is a Rolex.
Yeah, and it's also like, in the there are a lot of scenes in the book and in the film too, that where they just enumerate as a laundry list all the names of these brands that just don't really make sense together, but they're brands, so they signify something to someone else. And I think ultimately it does. We can reel this back into our conversation. I just wanted to bring this up because Wanna Buy a Watch just had in stock this two-tone Datejust they were selling, which is very similar to the one that they made Patrick Bateman wear in the movie. Tapestry dial, two-tone. It's a cool watch.
And maybe there is a link to the original conversation you had where it's like, why are you collecting these watches? And sort of Patrick Bateman would have looked at the watch as like a checkbox. It would have been just like, the watch I wear, that's a Rolex. and it doesn't extend much further in terms of appreciation. He'll go on end about Whitney Houston for an entire chapter,
I
but
actually
the
love that.
Rolex will not pay, like, one word.
I actually love that in the movie too. The where he talks about, like, that we can't, if we can't love anything and anyone and bond with anyone in this life, at least we can love ourselves. Um, Not familiar with the book or the movie, but I understand it's a Rolex.
Mhm.
Well, that is the power of that statement. But again, I think Ozzy did a great job in reeling the conversation back in. That is the mentality of a collector who thinks of uh, various watches as boxes to check off a list, right? As Bateman does. Well, my shoes are John Lobb. My watch is a Rolex, and I have this furniture at home. It's
Yeah.
always about brand names. It's always about signifying something to someone else rather than thinking deeply about it and deeply about how it relates to you, how you cherish it, how you value it, how you make it a part of your life in an intentional and meaningful way.
And even the part of the book you brought up regarding gifting the used men's urinal cake covered in chocolate and putting it in a Godiva box. The the objects in American Psycho's world to people, they're all of their values wrapped up exclusively in the packaging and the brand. And it didn't matter that it was literally a men's urinal cake. She just thought it was an extra minty Godiva. So
Right.
that's how superficial it is. Like, they would not look at it any further. And so the real test, like the real thing to think about, and it's very hard to retrospectively go back. Would you have valued these objects previously if you didn't know enough about it? Like,
Right.
is the brand, like, would you value a Patek at that level if you knew nothing about Patek? Could you just look at the object and go, you know what, this is next level? I had that experience the other day. I was looking at the other thing that we like to do is the subculture of us that are into wet shaving now. And I decided to pick up for my birthday an heirloom grade razor. I'm fine with a $34 razor, but I know I'm happy to use a better
Yeah.
razor. And the only justification would be that it would last the rest of my life. It's nice, and I could pass it
Right.
on when I'm
I
dead.
think there are two things that I can say. Like you said, it's all about the packaging. It's all about the branding in the world of American Psycho. And Evelyn, Patrick Bateman's fiance, feels obliged to like it because it's Godiva, right?
Yes.
Just
She's
because
the Bear Clooney for Rolex, basically.
I love you, Bear. Oh, we have Joe, Big Meech. How are you doing,
Hey,
man?
Meech.
Welcome to the channel. Welcome back. All right. Saying nothing. Interesting. I feel like there's some baggage behind this. Something
No, no.
is coming.
It's been a long day, Lord. It's been a long day.
I understand that. I understand that. Mondays are hard. Mondays are certainly hard. Um, but yeah, the thing that connects Patek to a conversation I had earlier in this channel with Plastic, actually, who does have uh, a lot of nice watches, but they're all hype watches, right? All Rolexes, a beautiful Daytona, beautiful, Pepsi, on and on and on. But they're all watches that are appreciated at another level, and that I think until very recently he has bought them all as hype watches from the gray market, right? I don't know if I haven't actually heard about his latest acquisition, which he was supposed to unbox on Archie. So I don't know what happened with that. But all I'm going to say is he thinks of his final piece, right? You know, of his exit piece as a Patek dress watch. And the way he makes that meaningful to him is that this is the watch that is going to be grandpa's watch, right? That my family will talk about in that way, and that my children will show to their kids in that way, and that will be, like you said, an heirloom passed from one generation to another. So even someone like Plastic, who of course loves watches, but who has always somehow followed the trend, wants at the end, you know, to close off his collection, a Patek dress watch that will be an heirloom piece that will make sense beyond its current market value.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could bring up that link I had. So I'd been going through a lot of
Wolfman.
higher end razors
Yeah.
and was wondering, and I was just going through them as a complete novice. And when I came across this one, so people just listed like a whole bunch of medium to high end stuff. And I just pull up websites and I look at the photos of this one.
Before we
and
get to this, can I read a few things from here? Cam's pretend
Right.
girlfriend. Interesting. I can confirm that while I do exist as a young Black woman, I have never and would never be associated nor seen with Cam. This is interesting, highly philosophical conversation. Cam's pretend girlfriend. So she's a real person, but she's not associated with Cam in any way. Furthermore, which young man with a girlfriend spends all his time on streams? Well, that proves you. I have I have no one.
I
in my life.
like this. Cam's non-existent girlfriend is disowning him, and all association of him.
Later on, Cam's older brother says, I went out with Cam's pretend girlfriend. And by going out, I think he means something else. She wanted to have a baby with me. Jay Gray, chocolate covered urinal puck. I guess in Canada, those are called puck rather than cake. All right. Sounds like a piece of art by Man Ray to me. Ready-made art and a good joke. Is Farmer Joe a hypnotist now? Dirk Diggler says almost up to 600 subbies. Yes, guys, it's going great. Please, if you haven't subscribed yet, do subscribe and click the bell icon and hit that like button while you're at it. Sparkle says there's no such thing as a final piece. Big Meech entered the room with his flock. Make room for the sheep. Jay Gray says, I would feel like such a bee buying a used Rolex over retail at an AD. Can't do it. Won't do it. I mean, buying a used piece over retail always hurts wherever you do it, even if it's as part of some backyard deal, backdoor deal.
Depends on what you buy.
Back alley. Yeah, it's certainly not a DJ41. I can tell you that.
No, but my sub, I overpaid for that, and that's gone up. Even if it is the 40 mil.
Yes, that's true. But I mean, it just doesn't feel good initially. Not to me. That's why I can't.
No, I agree. But I mean, some are better than others.
Wristwatch holic, upvote. Yes, guys, upvote, and also check out Alex's Instagram account as well. Jay Gray says she does his homework. Nice. I was always the one. I mean, as you can see, I was the dork, so I was doing the homework. That was me.
So I stumbled across this, and the first thing you see is just photos.
Mhm.
But to me, are you familiar with this brand? It's better if you're not, but
Not at all. I only know Merkur, which is the German one that I use.
And just the level of finishing, precision, and complete over-engineering on these things is just, it really blew me away. If you look in detail of any other razors and even the multi-$100 range, I'm like, this crap looks next level. Like this looks like the Patek of razors. And
Probably.
Meech, are you familiar with
Or
this?
Lange.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
All right.
I'm cheap as Fike. I go for the throwaways.
So what is your guess how much these cost? Don't go in yet. Don't go in yet.
No, I'm not gonna.
Meech,
Just
you
I
get to
wanna
see these fine razors. They look machined, hand polished.
made in Alberta, Canada, as another data point. I just wanted to learn that.
And they have a classy name, Wolfman.
and a model called Darwin, which I guess implies something about human evolution.
Yeah. But yeah, if like just the finishing is just incredible, like the precision of it and the over-engineered chunk. I can't. I would love to hear the sound they make when you bring that head together.
Pause.
LHV, what do you think?
Hey, maybe 1,200.
Yeah, you got it. Basically, yeah, between 1,000 and 1,400.
Okay.
Which is like way beyond everything that's high end already, which is about 300.
Right. I just basically thought about like the most expensive one I've already seen and multiplied that by 4 or 5. So.
Yeah. I mean, they look incredible, but I'm sorry, it's heirloom grade doesn't have to start here. This is clearly like Patek sort of thing. But I'm wondering, could someone who sort of knows a little bit about watches, not much, come to a similar conclusion that when they see a Patek for the first time, it's like, whoa, this is way, way, way above, say, the Seiko next to it or the Rolex, and then come to the conclusion like this is going to be outrageous because look at how good it looks, as opposed to, oh, it's a Patek, of course it costs that much.
Messaging Matters says, I missed you as I tuned into AC3. Thank you, Messaging Matters. I missed you too. And found them once again giving a platform to the menace from Venice. Man, Menace from Venice, or the Grizzly Anti-Semite, or the Clueless Watch Channel, whatever you want to call him. He's like Dr. Lecter in Florence, but without the intellectual panache and the personal charm. I will say that. I think I prefer Hannibal in Florence to Menace from Venice, as you call them. Looks like it would be a big niche to keep clean. And Junior Johnson, hey, welcome back. Hello from Michigan. I love to Michigan, man. I love Michigan. I love Ann Arbor. I also love Detroit. Dearborn is one of my favorite places in this entire country. My love to Michigan, man.
Just looking. So this is the one that I settled on would be my heirloom at a budget rate, not super budget. I mean, under 50 is budget, but yeah, look, this one, stainless steel, looks like it's machined nicely, pretty austere design, sort of very Rolex, I would say. So very, very simple design, but solid, nice knurling and stuff like that. But if you look really close in the webcam, I'm not going to even attempt it. The knurling is just not very sharp. It seems like maybe whatever machine was responsible for putting these on, the tool itself is sort of taking chunks of steel out of it at a time. So every few one of these is sort of a very displeasing, mangled look to some of the knurling, and it just doesn't cut it. This doesn't cut it.
By the way, guys, I sent out the link again. It was pinned, so feel free to join the conversation. As you can see from Joe's shirt, you don't actually have to wear a green shirt to be on the panel. You don't have to be wearing a shade of green, blue, or teal, or any of the other hype colors. You can just as well wear a red shirt or any other color that you like. But
underrated color, Lord.
Red?
Maroon.
Jay Grace, MLMJ, welcome back. Nice to see you, man. Messaging Matters says the Razor model here, I think he meant the Wolfman. The knurled cylindrical end looks like the one in which Sean Connery had a hidden homing device in Goldfinger. Jay Gray says they bought the 2 second-hand from Aston Martin. Patricia Teague says nothing wrong with an appreciation for quality, right? Which, by the way, I love the way Aussie that you basically rank the razors. Like, you know, Merkur would be like Zin or Nomos. What you have is like Rolex, and what we are showing here on the screen, Wolfman, is like the Patek or A. Lange und Söhne. I can walk in a jewelry store and will often feel like the most expensive piece in the store. May not make a purchase, but you can spot quality in a heartbeat. Joe Money says, when will Lord come back to Archie's stream? Is there such a request? And if there is such a request, Joe Money, why don't you voice it over there rather than here, so they know that you all want me back, and then we can talk. Cool Chris Kelly, hey man, saying hey as I grab a beer for the fourth quarter of the NBA game. There's a game going on. Salute.
Oh yeah, Celtics are going to dominate it.
The host and the panel. Hey, I mean, anyone but Lakers, I guess. That's what I can say. Cam's older brother says, I used to smuggle razor. Come on. Let's not traffic in racial stereotypes, please. I mean, I understand the urge to make fun of certain people in the community. I love Cam myself. I think of him as a younger brother. But let's not racialize the issue if that's possible. All right. Yeah, so I mean, I was, he's going to work. Hey, Junior. Are you going to
he's
show
so
something?
helpful.
Did you ask him to get your bag?
No.
Your watch box? No? But I mean, he made the connection. He realized that you're on a watch live stream and he brought you your watch box, right? That's your watch box.
Yeah. That's a bit dangerous, though. You shouldn't be able to play with my whole collection. Just because it's in a case doesn't mean it's really that safe to hand to a 3-year-old.
Probably not. And the way I saw him kind of drag things across the wall and slam the door doesn't inspire that much confidence. And you know I respect the little man.
I guess not everyone caught the 1 minute on stream. I may have seen this before, but yeah, it's got my collection in there. Oh wait, YouTube. So yeah, he was just dragging that around.
So that one empty slot, is it waiting for a new watch, or is it
No, it's on your wrist? Oh. It's on my wrist. Well, I mean, technically, this one here, it doesn't really count, right? This is not. This is just filling a place.
What is that? I can't see.
It's the Moon Swatch. This is not really. This is a toy amongst real watches. That's not a real watch. That's a placeholder. I was choosing between whether or not this should be in there as a placeholder or the Seiko Alpinist. And I certainly love the Alpinist more, but ultimately I decided this looked...
I know you do.
Yeah, this looks less weird alongside the other real Speedmaster, and it's Swiss. So, you know, it's a box of Swiss shitters exclusively.
Diego's older brother says, Aussie, what's your address?
We should all be concerned, yes.
Messaging Matters says we know how Christopher Walken, Captain Coons, smuggled watches.
In the firearm community, that's called a zap carry. I don't know where it comes from, but zap carry is that particular type of carry.
The prison pocket, as they also.
Yes.
Got to suitcase it.
Hey, Meech, I want to know, what do you think of Explorer 2? You can be harsh. We're friends.
No, I actually liked the Explorer 2, and if I didn't have fucking twigs for wrists, I would wear the Explorer 2. I wanted the
Look at
Explorer
my
2 over the
twig.
Submariner.
Look at my twig. It's not that bad.
Is yours the new generation or the?
Yeah, this is new. 22657.
I mean, it's a little large. You know,
It is.
twig person to twig person. It's a little large, but I mean, what power to you if you can rock it? I just never would. I mean, because it looks like a 43. Don't be like Lord and buy that. Don't go down in generations.
This is actually upgrading for me, Meech. This is going up in generation. This is my newest Rolex.
Oh, you actually got a new Rolex.
Year 2000.
Oh, he's coming in. He's finally entered the 2000s now.
Yes, I finally
Lord has entered the bronze age. He's out of the Stone Age.
Peeping Time says Devil's Pocket, and MLMJ says great collection for Aussie's pieces.
Thank you. It's just greed. You know, checkbox, Rolex checkbox. You know, you got to have a Speedmaster. You got to have a Submariner. You got to have a GMT. You got to have the Daytona. There's not much. You can read. You can soul read me like Archie does.
Archie would say you're like Tim. You got to have all the hype pieces, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that's the latest generation, right? That's not the previous gen.
Correct. Yeah, there's brand new, the 50th anniversary. I think this wears really well. You know, I did actually get to try it before I asked for it, because they had one in pre-owned, and I compared it to the 16570. I thought I would always need the 16570 just to get the 40 mil size, but I tried both of them on side by side, and I found that both were beautiful, and you could justify owning both. So I said, okay, I want the new one too. But the lugs on this compared to the previous gen are a lot more slender. So, and the bracelet, the end link has gone from 22 millimeters to 23 millimeters, which sort of, obviously it adds weight, but it will add a little less sort of bulbosity to the watch head itself, and it's very stable in that large configuration.
Considering how
overall,
large it is, it's pretty damn slim, isn't it? It's forgiving on its height, anyways.
yes, yeah. Now, its actual measurements, 41.3 millimeter case size.
Can you show?
Yeah, I believe that.
Oh, sorry.
The thickness again?
Look at that girth.
Yeah,
Girth
this is a
luxury.
big watch. Ultimately, this is a big watch, but they've done well to make it fit on a girly man's wrist like mine. I'll put it on, and so you can just see now 6.0 inches. Now nobody has a wrist smaller than mine. I don't even know if even Diego has a wrist smaller than mine.
I think Cam actually might. I think Cam is exactly 6 inches.
Yeah, trying to make it so it's possible. So it's got pretty decent case back. It's not the thinnest thing, but yeah, I don't think that is a bad look. You know,
it's a great look, if you ask me. Messaging Matters says untimely meditations come for the watch talk, stay for the prison lingo. Hey, Jay Gray says no date sub is a must. I have to agree. That's one thing that I agree, and that's one watch I didn't have to buy, so I feel good about that myself. Dirk Diggler says, did you change shirts? Indeed, I have. It's hot. It's hot in here, and I should have perhaps given a show to you on the screen, or at least threw my shirt across the frame after I changed it while I was gone. But I didn't want to do that in polite company. Trust me, after I get monetized, I will do all sorts of peep shows as much as YouTube allows me for the right amount. Patricia Teague says, looks good, Aussie. I think it looks good. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, proportion is important. How a watch looks on your wrist is important. But if you have a large frame, right? Because at the end of the day, you wear a watch not just for the wrist shot and the wrist roll, right? You're wearing a watch as part of your everyday life. So in proportion to your body, in proportion to your arm, to your limbs, if the watch looks okay, it looks okay. It might be a little oversized on your wrist, and that's good because it's a sports watch. If it were a dress watch of that size, like, if for example, Ozzy went out and got Grand Lange 1, like the 42 millimeter version, I would have said, like, that's a bullshit decision. You had Lange 1 as it is, the regular size. Why didn't you just get that? But this is a sports watch, and if it otherwise fits, it's fine for it to be a little oversized on the wrist. That's good comparison. That's the subby.
Yeah, but to be fair, Ozzy, I mean, the only reason it looks big on your wrist on the sub is because you got it fairly lax, right? I mean, I do the same thing, but
You're muted. You're muted, man. Ozzy, I don't know if you were trying to talk, but you're muted and outside of the frame.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So that's the next biggest watch I've got, and I've not measured it recently. It might not actually be smaller or bigger, but I find that it looks, in sometimes, because if I wear it a little loose, it looks bigger on me than say the Explorer 2. Let's put them side by side.
And that's the latest generation of Date Submariner, right? Submariner Date.
Yeah, the 12 series.
yeah, because the 40 mils are about the same size as the Explorer 2.
I think so now. It'd be plausible. Well, no. I think the sub date is now 40.6, something like that, while the Explorer 2 is 41.3.
Didn't the previous Explorer also use a Supermax case, the Explorer 2, which pretty much made it like a 43? Yeah, so I mean,
well, in terms
a
of
40
how
mil
it would
Explorer
wear,
is like the same size as the new Explorer 2, then essentially.
Yeah, the lug is a lot more tapered on the new Explorer 2, so that it's only got about 1.5 millimeters on each side of the lug, so it's a lot more classic looking in proportion. But yeah, there's a lot of metal there. So the Submariner has a 21 millimeter bracelet, while the Explorer 2 has a 23 millimeter bracelet. I think the previous gen had a 22.
I mean, they both look just perfect. The sub just needs a little bit of cleaning up. The face is a little cluttered by unnecessary functions such as the date, but otherwise it looks just perfect.
Yeah, man, I'd love to be able to pull off an Explorer 2. I get the black dial. I mean, the Polar's too cliche in my opinion. It's the easy choice. But then again, I also hate white dials in general, so
Yeah, that's fair.
And once again,
I like the white dial because you get on the Explorer 2, you get this black outlined everything, right? So the hands and the indices. And I was wondering exactly what is this black made out of? Like under loop, it looks really nice. But what's underneath there? And as best as I could find, the information is that underneath that, these are still white gold hands and white gold indices, but then black PVD coating to get them black. So they don't skimp out, even though they're just going to PVD it up. There's still white gold underneath there.
Patricia says, looks good, Aussie. And I have looked up, I didn't really research it, but just 2 days ago, I was wondering about the same thing. And all I could find was it is some sort of oxidization process rather than PVD coating, but don't take my word on it because I haven't looked.
I
But
thought it
that's,
was
again,
painted.
That's one of the PVD
is a paint.
like. Yeah, that's
PVD
what
is
I.
effectively a paint.
That's what I
A
really
fair
like
point.
about. That's what I really like about the Polar as well, because in the Rolex range, you don't really have those sorts of hands and dial fixtures with the blackened finish, whatever it is. Again, is it some sort of PVD coating? Is it some kind of paint? Is it oxidization? It's certainly not black polish, I can tell you that, because that's a little too high grade for what Rolex usually does in terms of dial fixtures. That would require too much hand finishing for a product like this. Jay Gray says, I thought I might provoke Aussie with the no date comment. Has he seen the light? And
If
Dirk
I had
asks,
to do it all over again, I might agree with you.
and Dirk says, Aussie, are you strictly a Folex guy?
What's the F part there?
Rolex. Like, do you just have, that's how Dirk says Rolex.
Oh, okay. I got Omega in there. I've got the mandatory Speedmaster.
So again, like, you know how good of a person Aussie is with all the fire and brimstone that he piled upon people who collect for checking boxes. He knows that he's guilty of some of the same thing in his own collection, because you had to have a Speedmaster, you had to
For
have
sure.
And not just the chronograph, right? You have to have the Daytona and you have to have the Speedmaster. You have to have something with a white dial, something with a black dial.
So, Meech, the Explorer 2 black dial is way more versatile. So the what I just pointed out is what I like about this is the black, with the black indices, but with the black dial you get the white gold indices and white gold hands, which really classes it up. Which means like this is only like strictly utilitarian, as in this is not classy, quite frankly. It's very, very utilitarian. While the white gold hands and black, I think it's a lacquer dial now. It's not a matte black. So it's much classier, that black Explorer 2, and much more versatile.
And in a way, much more recognizably run-of-the-mill Rolex as well, which is something you may or may not want, right? So I think it's.
But it
it's a
also
good
presents
balance.
itself larger too, since it's a black dial.
Right.
It's even larger than what it actually is.
Right. Jay Gray says a date function on a cave watch, right? It was made for spelunking and exploring. Is not frivolous. Absolutely. My comment was about the Submariner, of course, which was originally designed without a date, and then some people had the idea of ruining what was otherwise a perfect design. Dirk Diggler says, my next Folex is a poor man's Milgauss. I think Milgauss is a great watch.
No, I think poor man's Milgauss is the Air King.
That's what Dirk means?
Yeah, but not anymore right now.
Yeah, no, I think I still think the dial itself is fucking ugly, but the actual case itself is fucking beautiful. I got to feel it. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love how it feels and everything. I think they redesigned the case right. Now they just need to take that case and throw it on the Milgauss.
No, I think as much as I appreciate the changes they have applied to the Air King, which still doesn't really make it my favorite watch in the lineup, but I think it's an improvement. I think it would go against what they are trying to establish in terms of having distinct lines within the larger lineup. I think if they gave that same case to the Milgauss as well, which would probably makes things easier and less costly on an industrial level, I think they're taking something away from the Milgauss. And again, I know most of it is outdated technology, but so what?
Well,
I mean,
to
the
be fair
wristwatch,
though, it
the
feels
mechanical
better though too.
wristwatch, the mechanical wristwatch itself is antiquated. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying like you would feel better because I know quite a few guys who complain about the Milgauss and its heft. I mean, I mean, it's a thick boy, right? It's 13, I think it's like 13 and a half or 13 centimeters. So I mean, it's not like an easy, you know, light carry watch.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of people would like it if they shrink the case down because it makes it more wearable. You don't feel the weight at the end of the day. Not to mention you get the upgraded clasp on there too. You get a legit sports clasp as opposed to like a Datejust clasp, which is a bit of a cop out in my opinion. It's a bit of a poor man's Rolex taste to it. I think I mean I get the whole point of we should keep it traditional. Maybe, you know, somebody kind of pointed out maybe they should do the case size, slim it up, keep it smaller, kind of put the block shape to it, but lose the crown guards. I don't know how well that would look personally. I think that would look a little weird, but I think for wearability wise, I think it should be shrunk down. And you can still keep that, you still maintain that Gauss history. You don't have to change the dials. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
What are you looking at me for?
Messaging Matters says, and I agree with this, I love the idea that you can still go Thule with a Rolex if you have the Explorer 2. I think also, you know, with all this post-ceramic rage among Rolex's professional watches, of course, there are ones that have a smooth bezel for sure, but Explorer 2 is the one that ages well, that ages at all in a way, that ages gracefully in a way, right? Because ceramic bezel inserts, I haven't really seen them age, and they should have by now. I mean, black, the GMT was introduced already more than, well, exactly 15 years ago. So if they were aging in a way, we would have already started seeing it, and they don't. Whereas here you have something that's sandblasted, steel, and even if it is just lacquer fading away that fills in the numbers, or it getting banged up and scratched, I actually like it. I actually enjoy it. Bowser says, I like the no crown guards on the Air King. Yeah, I think if they just added a 0, it would be fine for me, but would it justify a remake in that case? I don't think Rolex would have done that, so they had to go all in.
I think that I'm not saying you have to have the crown guards, but they had to have the new case. Like the new case is far more than just, you know, new crown guards. So I think that's cool. A new case at least. I think the fact that it has crown guards or not, it's probably the most visible thing on a picture on paper, but in person, I think the most important thing is like it's a completely different case.
Right. And again, I think at the end of the day, it has a lot to do with tooling and standardizing, like, you know, the cases they're building for a number of different models as well. So it's, I guess in a way, some cutting corners is involved too in changing this into another case, in changing the Air King into a new case. Balser, welcome to the channel, by the way. GB Vol, Meatball, all of you, welcome back. So, Joe, do you feel like you have to, when you think about acquiring a new piece, when you think about getting a new watch, do you feel like you have to you have to get a certain watch. You have to fill in a slot. You have to get a watch that has a particular function, a complication. It has to be a chronograph, or it has to be a dress watch.
Nowadays, not so much. You would ask me that question a year ago, and I probably would have said yeah, because I was in an interesting transition to where I wanted a box full of Rolex, and then I hit like this weird transition where I kind of looked at everything. I'm like, no, I wanna have a proper dress watch. I want to have a proper, as Archie would say, you want to have a shitter in the collection. So you want a shooter Black Bay 58, or you want a Breitling. Then you want to balance out the collection, because too many divers, it just kind of makes it boring. You can't swing around versatalizing. So I think if you ask most collectors, having a balanced roster and having, you go out and say, hey, I need a chronograph, I need a diver, I need a dress watch. I think that's going to be your best collection for your lifetime, for the long run, versus, everything's all divers, everything's all dress watches, because at that point you're stuck. And nowadays, I've gotten my dress watches, I've gotten my divers. Nowadays, I think there's not really a whole lot of thought process. I guess nowadays it's mostly chasing the hype pieces nowadays, for me anyways. So that's, but I've gotten everything collected that I wanted to have collected already. So therefore I get to have fun with collecting what I want to collect nowadays.
So you are saying it's not so much of a problem now because you have your bases covered, because you have already checked those boxes.
Correct.
I see. So
that's interesting. I only felt that way, and it was in response to Christopher Negroni asked me a question like, is the Panda Daytona worth it? And I said, just for the post-Panda clarity, that it's worth it. because you can just stop with the hype train at that point. You know what I mean? Like anything that has hype, you're like, I got the Panda. Like I don't need to be seeking a different level of hype, a mid-tier level of hype. I've got the hypest watch. Always been the most hype. I got it. So you don't have to love it. You just have it in your collection. It just means you don't have to go chasing anymore.
But otherwise, because you also have a video, I remember, that's like, is the Daytona overrated or underrated?
Mm-hmm.
So where do you stand on that?
I think it's in the context of like the year behind us, where so much attention has gone to even to Pateks and Nautiluses and things like that. I think the Panda Daytona is underrated. Everyone thinks it's not worth it, but they don't stop for a second and think like, well, how is a Nautilus or these like APs, they're all even just run of the mill, like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100,000, $250,000. If those like, and to be honest, out of all those, I'd rather the Panda Daytona. What are your guys' thoughts? Like, to me, like those watches, fine, people can trade them and stuff like that, but I would start at very least with a Panda Daytona.
Right. I mean, I'm a little hard-headed, and I have very strong opinions that I hold, to the level of conviction. So I guess that should be clear. I don't like the Nautilus, so I can't really get excited about it in any way. But if I were to speak objectively, whether what is essentially still a mass-produced sports watch could ever be worth more than $100,000, I would say no. And same thing goes for the Royal Oak. And as opposed to the Nautilus, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak is actually a piece of design that I value even beyond the world of watches. I think it's one of the best designs of the 20th century, period. That might be overrating it, and that might be in a way justifying the hype, but whether in steel or precious metal, do I think any sports watch is worth more than $100,000 in and of itself without having some sort of historical significance, without having a particular provenance, with just being mass produced? Absolutely not. I don't think they're worth it. And I don't think the Daytona is worth over retail either. But relatively speaking, is a steel Daytona, Panda or Black Dial, worth its current going value in the market, relatively speaking, to compared to a 5711 Nautilus, compared to jumbo extra thin Royal Oak? I would say yes. Yes, relatively speaking, it's a better value, even with the premium.
Yeah, and that's the only way that I justify it, is like, if you look at what people are paying for Royal Oaks and Patek sports watches, and you look at like the recognition that the Steel Panda Daytona has, and you would have to say that it's in that range. I'm not saying to say it's the same quality, it's the same watch or anything like that. It's just, it's playing with that field, and in that field, like let's say a Panda Daytona right now, you can get it for 38,000. I don't know if that's true. It might be true soon. I think 38,000 to get into that ballpark is actually the most affordable option you have to get into that ballpark. Now you don't have to get in that ballpark, but you just have to not compare it to its Rolex counterparts and more to these other brands which are also getting tons of hype.
Right. I think that's actually great, because that's the segment. It's the Daytona, the Panda Daytona especially. It's not just a Rolex watch. It's a hype watch. So it should be rather compared to, let's say, a Patek.
And at this point, this is by Rolex's design. I think the rest of the sports models, rarity and allocation level and hype level at the moment is not by design, but Rolex specifically have been working on the Daytona being their more exclusive watch.
Oh, I mean, in a way, Daytona was the first hype watch of the 21st century. Daytona has been demanded above the levels of supply since Rolex introduced their automatic movement in year 2000, which was also the first caliber they designed in almost 5 decades. So, and since then, the supply has been restricted. And since then, the demand has been transcending the supply by different levels, varying levels, but always outsizing the supply. Yeah, I think that's a good point of comparison, actually, right? You have to compare the Daytona not just to other Rolexes, but really to other hype watches, and that is by design. That is by Rolex's design. That's by AP's design. That's by Patek's design. Hey, Basil, nice to see you here. Bruce G says, breaking news: Lord is hard-headed. That's why I have a big head, man. It's full of rocks. It's full of rocks. Meatball says Piaget Polo is a great alternative. Now, that's one thing that I want to actually talk about, and not in a way that downgrades any of these watches, right? Because we have the Piaget Polo, we have the Girard-Perregaux Laureato, we have Chopard Alpine Eagle. We have all these very good watches that have either the design elements of an integrated bracelet, all steel sports watch, or are actually, according to Hoyle, integrated bracelet steel sports watches. Now, I think here's the problem. A lot of times when you have an extremely hyped up watch in the same category, in the same segment. Everything else seems to look like a great deal, right? For example, you have the Daytona now going over multiple times retail, and $38,000 for a steel Daytona seems like a good deal at this point in time. So when you look at a Breguet Type 20, right, which is again a classically sized, right under 40 millimeters in case diameter, no date, 3 registers, a chronograph with its own history, with its own heritage, with its own provenance, and suddenly paying $6, $7, and even $8,000 for a Type 20 seems sounding reasonable. And I want you to imagine a world where the Nautilus or the Royal Oak is not so hyped up that they would sell almost in every instance over $100,000, and think whether you would want to pay $13K or even $10K for a Piaget sports watch or a Chopard sports watch. They're also priced the same way. Or a Girac-Perregaux Laureato, and let's pull the other ones up as well. Would you actually pay $13,000 for any of these watches in a world where Nautilus and Royal Oak was not so hyped up? Take a stab.
I have trouble looking at many watches, quite frankly. Just like, at what point is this the watch I want? Is this like the 15th or 20th or 30th watch that I would possibly desire, quite frankly? And I wouldn't allow my collection to grow to that point.
Right. What about you, Joe?
No. Even if we're not talking about the money aside, I just never found Piaget to be a very attractive watch in general. It just personally, for me, they look like something off of like you get like a Amazon or Walgreens. I just never got into them. Chopard, maybe if Chopard was like maybe $500, $300, I'd probably do that. Gerard Perregaux, absolutely not. It just looks too much like a Royal Oak. And even if the Royal Oak was 10 grand and the Gerard Perregaux was 3, you'd look like you'd be trying to, try and fake people out into thinking you've got a Royal Oak when you just got a GP.
Hi, baby girl. And this is here. Welcome back to the channel. Meech, of course, everyone loves Meech. And
Debatable.
Jimmy says, hello, watch people. Hello, watch people. And this is having an early morning, 6:40 a.m. here, still awake. My biological clock is fiked. Hey, man, I'm like that too. Jimmy says, upvoted. And Jake Brooks says, hey. Yes, guys, if you are not members of the channel yet, if you haven't yet subscribed, please do so and hit that like button while you're at it. We are trying to celebrate our 600 subscribers today. If you spread the word, if you encourage others to subscribe, maybe we'll reach it today, maybe not. But if you do it, I would really appreciate it. In either case, I really, really am grateful for your presence and support in the chat, on the panel. I love you all. If you want to help me out until I get monetized, if you want to take part in making this channel self-sustaining, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, and that's $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Jimmy says upvoted, and JB is here. Jake Brooks, hey. Yeah, look, I mean, again, this is not, when it comes to GP Laureato, I actually like the dial. When it comes to Chopard Alpine Eagle, I think again the dial is beautifully designed. I think it has a lot going for itself. Same thing with the Polo. I think I think that's a nice sports watch, but I'm not gonna somehow buy one of those to hold me over because I really want a Royal Oak, right? It's still at 10,000 plus US dollar watch, and does it justify that price tag for me? It does not. Other watches, some of the Rolex models, even the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, it would not justify it if it didn't have some sort of horological value to me, if it did not have some stupid misplaced, if I didn't have some stupid misplaced sense of brand loyalty and design fandom, and if they didn't retain at least value in the same way, I wouldn't be able to justify paying more than 10,000 for any watch. And I'm not going to do that for a Chopard sports watch. I'm not going to do that for a Piaget sports watch. I'm not going to do that for a Girard Perregaux sports watch. And I don't even really like these watches out and out, right? There's one or two things I like about each and every one of them, but none of it really makes me, leap in joy about them.
You said something interesting there. Like you said, absent of brand and the marketing stuff, whether it's real or not real with respect to history, you don't think many of these watches in that $10,000 range are worth it. Just my own experience, like I can tell a pretty big difference in quality between the Omega Speedmaster and my Rolexes. And then I can also tell a significant difference between the Tudor and the Rolex in terms of quality. Just external. I'm not looking at the movement. I'm not a watchmaker, but just externally, I can see the difference. Like the number of machining cuts that they've made, the type of cuts, the quality of the finishing, what they've done with the dial, and how hard some of these things are to do. I do see the price reflecting its quality level, at least objective, sort of perceptible quality level, even just on the outside of the watch. I'd be shocked if one of these I've never seen it. I'd be shocked if this GP didn't get to the level of a Rolex or not. Or do you think Rolexes aren't worth the money, even at MSRP? So like $10,000 for Explorer 2. It's just a question.
I'm not saying they're not worth, simply because they're selling at that price and above, right? With the premium. So I'm that's why I said, I don't know if I could ever myself justify any watch purchase that goes over $10,000, even for a luxury watch, unless it was about certain commitments to quality that an established brand has, and unless that was also reflected in the way that it retains its financial worth over the years.
Basically extrinsic value, things, aspects of value that aren't contained in the object in front of you. Because that's interesting. I can see, because I can see the graduations of MSRP and the types of quality and finishing, and there isn't just a brand out there delivering Rolex quality for $2,000. Like a lot of people like to hate on Rolex, but the reality is like for the quality level, the MSRPs are unmatched, in my opinion.
That's not what I implied, though, right? I'm saying again, I'm speaking from a purely personal point of view.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just wondering if that was a different way of saying it.
Like above 10K, I'm looking for a serious complication, right? That can be as simple as a triple date, as a triple calendar. It can be
like a
just a moon phase. It can be anything, but I'm not
Like the
gonna
Yachtmaster 2's regatta timer, $17,000 for the steel version.
maybe, but what I'm trying to say is that I just can't justify from my own standpoint, other than a way of banking my money or being at least safe with my money,
Yeah.
taking little risks with my money. I just cannot justify paying 15-20,000 dollars for a three-hander. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
No, I'm looking for like hand finishing on surfaces at that point, right? Contrast between brushed grain and mirror polish. I'm looking for movement finishing, right? Where I can tell that every single part through an exhibition case back has been hand finished some way, whether it's chamfers, bevels,
Yes.
hand grain, Geneva waves, so on and so forth, right? Above that price segment, I'm looking for some other mark of quality, or maybe I'm looking for some sort of
But
specific provenance.
would such hand finishing, more advanced complication, say dials that are done in a specific way, like most of the Royal Oak line has the waffle thing that's done with the machine and that
Pantograph,
sort of thing,
yeah.
that those are intrinsic qualities, and you would value those more than the $10,000 price point, the way you get like a painted dial on a Rolex.
Yeah, I do actually, but then again, not really. I wouldn't pay more than what is I think now the list price is like 33K. I think that's even pushing it
Wow.
for the
Really?
for the Royal Oak. Yeah.
Wow. That's so out there. Like I can't. I'm never booking an appointment with the Patek. I mean, sorry, the
Don't worry,
AP AD
they're,
here.
they're not keeping it anyway. So just knock on the door and you will end up waiting the same amount of time. I booked an
Uh-huh.
appointment at the South Coast Plaza AP boutique. They made me wait an hour on the door, and I'm sure they just tore up the piece of paper that I wrote my information on the minute I left. It is what it is. Um, Dennis K, welcome. He says, great to see this in the chat. Yes, we love having this. Dennis K also says, my AD has quite a few GP models on display. Looks like the hype is over, if there ever was one.
Yeah, it lasted what, 3 weeks, maybe. I've got a juicy AD story. I have a friend who thought he was getting a hookup with a friend, and that friend's family,
Mhm.
they buy tons of Rolex, hot models galore, a lot. And they even have a hookup that's so sweet that the AD ships the watches to Portland so they don't even have to pay sales tax. And I'm like, the
Yeah,
number of ADs that are still shipping stuff around, and yeah, I'm like, this is weird. Okay, so
fascinating.
this is a tight hookup, and so he goes to her, he buys a Santos and says, I'd like a Starbucks, and then recently it's more changed to a Batgirl, and he goes in, they look at the new Cartiers, right, and the new Cartiers are nice, and he bought the Santos for his dad initially, so
Mhm.
he's in, it's okay, and he likes it too personally. He likes it, but it's a soft watch to feed into something else. And she promised him a Starbucks last time, and it's still not around. He said, I wouldn't mind seeing the white dial of this new blue PVD. And then she calls him up like a few weeks later. It's like, hey, I've got something for you. And he's thinking, well, the only watch I've asked for is the Batgirl. He goes there. She doesn't have a Batgirl. It's just to look at the blue PVD Cartier. And not only is that like, and this is across town. Like, I don't want to say which city specifically, but this is like an hour's journey to get there and an hour back. And then she gets very angry at him for not buying it. I was like, he didn't ask for it. He just said he'd like to see it. He didn't ask for it. He wanted the Batman. You owe him a Batman. He bought that Santos. And this was a very above board. Like we're saying, when he asked for the Batman, the Starbucks, he wanted it on this, like she says, oh, it'll be a few weeks or, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, he gets a call from her today, and she basically says, look, you're not getting the Batman this year. We've got, and he goes, well, what are we talking about here? And she goes, well, there's, for example, first, second, and third, their spending is about 70, 50, and 45K. And he goes, well, what can we do here? I thought we arranged this. He said, quite frankly, like, I don't know if we can do anything for you this year or next year. And long story short, she's just fully ending it. She's like, just complete fuck you. Basically, it's done. I got your money for the Santos and we're done. Don't come back here again.
Yeah. But I mean, it just goes to show, I keep telling this to people, it's okay to get watches that you already want as bargaining chips to move on to another piece in your AD, right? Maybe you really like the Pelagos. You should get a Pelagos at a place where they sell both Tudor and Rolex. So you establish a relationship and keep working on it piece by piece. Maybe you like that Tudor Panda chrono as well. Get that one, right? Maybe you really want to get your mom some jewelry as a gift, or your significant other, you want some jewelry. Buy it from the AD that carries the Rolexes you want. That's completely fine. But again, don't buy watches that you don't like with the hopes of getting somewhere down the line at an unestablished, unannounced time a high piece that the AD will simply grant you. That you can't depend on that.
Well,
It will string you along forever.
I mean, I told him when he bought the Santos from them that, you're putting a lot of faith. That's a lot of money. You got to make sure you really want the watch. And lo and behold, he did want the watch for his dad. Like, ultimately, he hasn't completely wasted his time and money, but they 100% lied to him. She told him very deliberately that I will get you the Starbucks if you buy the Santos. And not only is it just taking too long, or she wants another watch as well to make the deal even sweeter on her behalf. She's like just straight up saying, don't come here again. And like in this case, like he should have just dealt with my AD. Like my AD sold him the Sea Dweller and
the two-tone Sea Dweller.
Yeah. And if he bought anything at all on top of that purchase, I'd say that would have lined him up well enough for a Starbucks or a thing. And my SA, they're honest. They won't tell you what they can't deliver on and so on and so forth. This one was completely out of line. Like, and it wasn't about being honest, as in the aspect that his chances are very low, that they have other clients and this is the pipeline. That's okay. Being honest is what we want. What isn't good, is using that story to basically say, don't even attempt to work on this relationship anymore. Like, I don't want to hear about it anymore. I don't want you coming back to the store.
Right. Basically, she wanted to sell him 2 Cartier Santoses in the hopes of getting Submariner with a green bezel and a Rolex GMT Master with the black and blue bezel.
No, well, he just wanted one. I said, like, because the Batman at the moment is trading for similar to a Starbucks, that you could change your preference. And recently he's changed his preference, basically. But it wasn't the change of preference that made this impossible. It was definitely, she had no intention of delivering at any point. Because she
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
come through at the Starbucks. Like that didn't happen either.
I can certainly see, like, you know, I'm glad he didn't buy a second Santos from her in the hopes of getting one Rolex, because I can see it even getting worse down the road.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, I told him not to. Absolutely not. Like, do not
Jimmy
give her
says
any more.
that kid is hilarious.
He
Yeah,
is.
he has been clowning in the back, hiding behind the door, you know, opening the door, like sneaking. Video bomber.
But yeah, but I did tell him, like, ultimately, I think you could always praise an SA for being honest about what the likelihood and timeline is like, but where she's being a bitch is ending it, not allowing him to work towards it or whatever happens, because things change. Just because people are on the list, even the list doesn't really exist, even if people are on the list, they can always say no, and accidents happen, and you know, it's just, she's going out of her way to do it. But I said the silver lining is she clearly had no intention of delivering you a watch, and you don't have to waste your time with that person anymore. His next steps are either try work his relationship with my AD, as well as maybe going to the other, because it's a chain that he were in his hometown, go to another AD of that chain and having a new relationship. And then on file, you've already purchased something. It is still purchase history. That sales associate won't give a shit about that. But if there's any qualifications that are needed, you will be qualified. So, for example, some places might have a rule you're not allowed to buy even a single Rolex unless you bought something else. He's done that already. He doesn't have to go through that again. And maybe it means he could get an entry, something relatively entry level, like maybe a no date sub could happen, something like that.
Or
it's
the
a possibility.
two-tone Explorer. I think that's another interesting watch that no one pays any attention to, and for that reason, I'm sure it will be very desirable at some point. I think I'm very surprised actually that it hasn't been more popular than it is. I think the fact that it is 36 millimeter and two-tone and in a configuration that's not been familiar, right? You know, because Explorer is understood to be Rolex's no nonsense, bare bones tool watch, right? So it's but here's the thing, that's the watch that opens up that versatility in a way that already exists in the Explorer in 36 millimeter, right? You know, it can be kind of a dress watch with added visual interest. I think that's a very underrated watch.
Yeah.
Interesting though. I was talking to my manager when I was at the Rolex event, and I said, "What are your thoughts on the two-tone Explorer?" And all three girls immediately said, "It's a nice watch, but it's definitely more geared towards the women." The sales manager told me, she said, "I'd find it very weird to see a man wearing the two-tone Explorer, not the regular, not the stainless steel, but the two-tone." She said, "When you see it in person, it's very, gives off feminine vibes." And she
Yeah,
said,
I mean, the same
"We get a
same
lot
same
of
could be said
ladies
for
requesting it."
the two-tone Daytona. Not as much maybe, but the two-tone Daytona has more of a female favoring look to it than and say the steel or the all gold.
Honestly, this reminds me of a 5-10 years ago, a colleague of mine asked me, "Hey, you date women too, right?" And I was like, "Yes, to the point of exclusivity. I only date women, but it's all right to give out feminine vibes." I love that that watch in particular, and I do agree. It might be effeminate compared to you know, a lot of the steel Rolexes and compare to its own steel counterpart. But maybe that's exactly what you're looking for. Get Diego to sweet talk to her, to your sales associate. And Jimmy
I
said,
don't know if the third party sweet talking can work, to be honest.
no, I think, you know, if you have a charm, it works. It probably works for you. I'm not sure if it can be borrowed. I don't think anyone has ever used a proper wingman to get a watch at a Rolex AD. You can use references, but whether you can use someone else's charm to work wonders on a sales associate, I highly doubt that.
Wait, maybe. Hold on. I don't think I could have gotten my watches without my wife.
So your wife is your Rolex wingman? Can we say that?
She's way more likable than I am.
I want Mike the Snake to be my wingman.
By the way, Joe,
That's
with
awesome.
even though I take it well, again, I'm fine with a watch that I like being called feminine or effeminate, but you know, with the background, with the context of your hateful campaign against Explorer and 36 millimeter, I take everything you say about Explorer 36 with a grain of salt. So
I
want
don't
that
know.
to
I'm
go on
starting to
record.
come around to it, but I don't know. They're not holding value very well right now. You can very easily get them from what I hear.
Wait, what do you mean holding back? Like, this is weak. Like, I think you can get these on grey for about 14, and then at the till you're paying almost 11. So it's
Yeah,
about
but you're talking
$3,000.
about an $8,000 watch. So at 14, you're close, not quite, but close to doubling your
Wait,
money gray market. Versus
no. Wait, which
I
watch
see
are you
the
talking about?
36 is only trending like 1,500, 2,000
No,
over its retail
these
price.
were increased in price to like 9,600 last year. I mean, at the start of the year. So after tax, about 10,500, something like that.
All right, but you're jumping up 4 or 5 grand. It's better than the Explorer.
Well,
in
the
general.
Explorer, you're going from like 6,000 to 11,000.
Mm.
So the Explorer one's definitely got more of a premium, both in percentage and in absolute numbers. But I think they deliver way more of them.
Fuck, I overcooked my chicken.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like not too many people are going crazy for them right now. And I mean, you look at the 39 mils. The 39 mils have, I won't say doubled, but they've definitely jumped up a fair amount. Actually, it's interesting.
I think you're underestimating like the fandom of the Explorer 36, because I know a lot of people who only want the Explorer 36 millimeter, but they'll never get it. It's too hot for it to be your first and only piece.
You know, I'll say this: when it's what would be the opposite of a perfect storm? Because there are a number of undesirables. If you bring them together, that will play with the market value, with the going value of a Rolex watch, right? Of course, 36 millimeter by and large trends lower than 40, 41, 42. That's just a fact, right? Explorer itself might be an exception to that rule, might be a slight divergence from that rule, but add to that package the fact that it's a two-tone watch. Yeah, of course you have a choice in your hands that's potentially more of a risk in terms of value retention or in terms of gaining value over the years. If you actually like the watch, that might be a risk well worth taking. But it doesn't surprise me that that the Explorer would be at once difficult to get from an authorized dealer at retail because it has its own diehard enthusiasts, and that it would at the same time maybe trend much closer to its retail price in the secondary market than many other models do, exactly because it's a 36 millimeter watch. And in the contemporary world of watches, anything below 38 and anything below 40 really is less preferred.
I was just posted an eBay listing there for the two-tone at 11.9 with the MSRP being 11.1.
Right.
So I think getting these below retail is possible. Certainly getting them at retail from an AD is something an SA might go, oh, you're a nice person.
Yeah.
I like meeting you today.
And honestly, that basically goes for any two-tone watch, except perhaps the root beer GMT Master 2. Honestly, if you actually want a Sea Dweller 43 in two-tone, in Rolex and steel, if you want an Explorer in two-tone, go ahead and actually ask for them. Even a Submariner in two-tone might be actually something that you can achieve. I'm not talking about the bluesy necessarily, but the so-called Bumblebee could be something that you can get as your first purchase in an AD. The Shepherd says, "What goes down in the pasture stays in the pasture," and it's official. Big Meech is famous. He has his own troll, and Jimmy says he has to bring donuts to the AD. Actually, even Aussie has upscaled recently. He's now bringing macaron to the AD.
Yes, yeah, those macarons are very nice. I realized in my excitement, I completely went overboard. I keep thinking 2 boxes of donuts, right? I went in there, and got 2 boxes of macarons. You know how much they cost?
A lot.
Even at the bulk discount, it's like $2.10 a piece. It was like $57 in macaroons. I'm like, oh my god.
Depends on where you're getting them from, but if it's like Bouchon or La Durée or some fancy French pastry shop, it's going to be expensive. Thomas,
these are the best ones in Vegas.
Irrational exuberance. I'm sure that's exactly what you feel to see LHV, Aussie Expat, and Farmer Joe on your screen. Messaging Matters says, Aussie, there's a whole category of Rolex AD jokes involving customers' wives being brought along. That's me.
Hey, I mean, this is a level that I haven't gotten into yet, but I might ask my wife tomorrow, who's going out with the AD tomorrow on a little trip to the spa, and we'll see what happens. My wife really wants a palm motif date just. If that lands next week, I'm gonna have to have thoughts about what's happened on on the 14th.
Okay. Yeah, look, I actually like this watch, and I know you said that your wife actually has kind of how can I say, an affinity to this particular motif and just tropical things in general, but without even having any affection for the fern or for anything tropical. I think this is just a cool watch, and anything Rolex and green just appeals to me automatically. So it might be just that, but I like it.
Sorry, the 8-week-old is making a lot of noise right now, so I'm only making very important comments.
That's quite all right. But tell me, what was the configuration that Mrs. Oz is asking for when it comes to this?
Oyster and smooth. And I
Oyster
did
bet.
a little bit of backlog hunting, like who's posted pictures of these watches on the Rolex subreddit on Reddit. In total, there are 5 people who've posted palm motif dials. Only one has the oyster and smooth configuration in the entire history of that subreddit.
Jimmy says that's expensive when it comes to the macaron and macaron madness, but good to grease the AD wheels. IG wristwatch holic says I gave a cake to my sales associate. All I gave to my sales associate was a urinal cake dipped in chocolate. Alan, welcome to the channel, man. My favorite delusional fantasist of the Rolex community. Welcome to the channel.
Hey, he's more right than we are. I actually think like they're going below retail, the no date sub. Wait, that's the one he's he's after him 114060.
Previous
Something
generation as well.
Yeah.
So 114060.
Yeah, I think he may get something. He's becoming more realistic, but less pessimistic than we were. So,
hey, I mean, I think we are meeting somewhere in the middle because he was saying that he will be able to get a 114060 for 6.5K
come on,
before the end
Alan,
of the year.
it's not
That's a little too much.
7,500.
Now he moved up to 7,500, and look, also I just said Alan is my favorite delusional fantasist. I haven't said I'm not delusional myself in certain ways. So it's not. I'm not keeping myself out of the equation here.
Yeah.
Messaging Matter says the sheep who offered his wool and then reneged on the offer is named a sheep. All right. Roll cake, Alex clarifies. Aussie sticky finger. Nice. Do you think the AD will appreciate a sniff?
I like how he's gotten the appropriate screenshot.
Big Meat says, I blew $70 on a cheesecake and pie for my Rolex boutique.
You did?
Yes. Yep.
In what context?
It was a thank you for being invited to the Rolex VIP event. So I thought there was 50 people on the list, but I was told like only 25 are actually made the cut. So long story short, I mean, they had plenty of booze on hand already, and they had like leftover cupcakes and stuff like that from the event. So I figured I'd play it a little conservative. There's quite a few gals in there that are, have babies on board. So I played it conservative and said, let's do pies and cheesecake. I mean, how can you go wrong with that? So
very cool.
Marco, by the way, Marco says to Alan, Marco is talking shop in the chat. Please tell me where to buy at that price at 7.5K. Alan, I'm ready to buy 20.
Well, you're not going to be able to buy 20. He's after a hoopty. He's looking for America's cheapest 114060. He needs a 114060 that looks like Meech's Milgauss, where every part of it has been replaced.
That's possible. And Alex says, Big Meech, did she give you her pie back?
A gentleman never kisses and tells.
Suggestive, sensual. But since you haven't kissed in this case, Joe, you can't tell.
I'm not going to take this one further because I could.
IG wristwatch says, by the way, did you guys see the new AP 1551? Oh, absolutely. I have, and I love it. This is...
Sorry, just to interrupt while pulling that up. I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry. Just things are getting too crazy over here. I gotta put something to bed, whether it's the small one or the big one.
Yeah, one of them has to go. All right, go take care of it. If you can come back, we appreciate you. And as always, thank you so much for contributing, Oz.
See you guys.
Love you, man. Take care. So this is the watch that Alex was talking about, and Alan says, I want shite kicker sub for work. And Marco says, what's going on, by the way? Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to the channel, Marco. And Marco says, maybe beat up naked, meaning no box and papers, missing a few links. You can get one for about 8,000. That's for 114,060, which is the previous generation of the no date Submariner. Bobby Google is in the chat too. Correction, I meant Roman is ready to buy 20. Sorry if I'm a delusional fantasist. Alan says, I'm following an auction that ends soon. It's at 9,600. That's a little far from 6,500, Alan, don't you think? Once it lands, I'll know where we are at for pricing. Well, nowhere near what you're hoping for.
It's only a little over the budget, Lord. Just a little over the budget. Not by much.
Hey, look, I lowball people on eBay all the time, and sometimes they say yes. And that's how I ended up buying my Datejust. That's how I ended up buying my Reverso. So it can happen. This is the new 1550 Royal Oak. It is the gray dial 41. So it basically has a very nice monochromatic tone-on-tone appearance, which I really appreciate. Listen, I mean, even these are not really available anymore with the way that Royal Oak prices have gone. If you can buy one of these at retail, jump on it. I think 41 for an integrated bracelet watch actually wears quite big. So
yeah, it's going to be huge.
I couldn't pull it off. I think Alex has a wrist that's significantly larger than mine, so he might be able to. But I wouldn't even come near this one, honestly. But if you can buy it at retail from a boutique, go for it. Go for it. I like the monochromatic appearance. I like the all gray look, and you know, again, I love that tapisserie dial that, you know, has this pantograph method of crafting it. Beautiful piece of design. I always appreciate it, no matter what size, but 39 and below is the sweet spot for me. Jake Brooks says, Meech, taking one for the team for the AD offering.
They actually gave me a lot of swag, a lot of gifts, if you will, at that event. I was actually pretty surprised at how much they actually gave me.
1551, the palindrome, as I call it, is a 37 millimeter indeed, and they have just introduced a new one that Serena Williams was modeling, a khaki green dial with a diamond bezel that I thought was absolutely stunning. I think the so-called mid-sized Royal Oaks are where it's at least for me. So I love that watch. I also love the ceramic one, the 34, that she also wore, and that was designed, at least the dial was designed by Carolina Bucci, the Florentine jeweler, who applied like a rainbow theme to what is otherwise an all-black watch made out of ceramic. So I like a lot of the new models that AP has come out for the 50th anniversary of the Royal Oak. I hate Audemars Piguet as a brand, but I love the Royal Oak as a design. So I'm very conflicted about it, very, very much of two minds. But I love the design, so I have to I have to be honest about that. Great dial on that AP. Yes, the tapisserie design in small or large, it's a great element of that entire thing.
Say, Lord, you'd probably know this better than I would, because I'm not really deep into scotches and whatnot. But is this relatively good? Is this
Let me see.
desirable? Is it luxury?
Ooh,
Oh, I got it upside down. My bad.
never heard of it. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just gonna check it now. Is it Scotch? Is it Scotch
Manhattan.
whiskey?
Yeah, it's a rye whiskey.
So it's not Scotch. It's something else.
Oh well, yeah, it's rye whiskey, sherry wine. I don't know.
Well, this is something made in Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, no worries. I just don't know.
I don't know
Don't
either.
much.
They were handing these out at the event. Like everyone got like a bottle of this.
Okay, so it's a local whiskey. Nothing wrong with it. It's just Scotch is a particular kind of whiskey from Scotland. So, I don't recognize it because it's not something I drink. It doesn't say anything.
I've never tried the brand before. It's just, I don't know. It's really cool that they just hand them out.
Marco says, never mind the reference I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's a different reference. One, we were just looking at the one. Man, these can be a mouthful, but we were just looking at the 15510, which is 41 millimeter. And the 37 millimeter is the 1550. And Alex has been waiting for that for half a year now. And the fact that they came out with the 50th anniversary models, I think may well have even delayed his chances. Thomas Broadbent says 41 millimeter AP is like a fat tie from the 70s. Damn, that's a little harsh, but I can see where you're going with it. I can see where you're going with it. Yeah, man, both of these models are incredible. The 34 millimeter all black ceramic with rose gold, with pink gold dial fixtures and bolts, and that's Carolina Bucci rainbow design that echoes with that tapisserie pattern that usually decorates a Royal Oak dial. And Bucci herself described this particular color scheme as the reflection of light from a puddle of oil in an urban environment, which I find very suggestive and very expressive. So it makes me love the watch even more. And considering how skinny my wrists are, I can actually probably rock something like this. Of course, it is a limited edition of 300. I will probably not even see one live. But the green one, I think, is really an incredible watch. I think that particular dial color, first of all, is a long time ago, great contrast with the gold. And I love it. I actually like the diamond bezel as well. Again, nothing that that scares me away from this watch. And it doesn't hurt that I have the greatest respect for Serena Williams, who is one of the most elite athletes of our time. So very, very great watches. Wristwatchholic says, would you sell your Rolex to get Royal Oak at retail? I would sell my Coke and the one I'm wearing now. If I could get, especially if I could get either a jumbo extra thin or a 37 millimeter at retail with the midnight blue dial, I would sell those two. I would never sell my Submariner. I would never sell my root beer. So my father's watch and the first watch that I got with my own hard-earned cash. But any other watches, if I absolutely have to for some emergency reason or to fund another watch purchase, I might. I'd rather not, but JB says unreal dial about that Carolina Bucci designed piece. Oh, Taylor said gray or silver 37 millimeter is possible. Should I give her pie to get it? Alex, stop tugging at my heartstrings. She told me the same thing. I feel like Taylor is the kind of woman who makes a lot of promises to different kinds of men, and I'm not sure if she always delivers. Let me put it like that. But that being said, yes, I was told that the gray, silver, or white dial is easier to get in steel than the new ice blue or the classic midnight blue. So, and it makes sense. It makes sense. One thing I liked about the presentation at the Audemars Piguet boutique, once I could actually get in an hour and a half after the promised appointment that we penciled in weeks ahead of time, was that there was a very strict hierarchy. So they were very clear that you will not get a Royal Oak Jumbo extra thin, not as your first purchase, not as your second purchase. Maybe as your third purchase, you might have a chance. Don't aspire to anything in ceramic in your first three purchases. Don't really aspire to anything in pink gold in your first few purchases. Don't really aspire to 16202 in any of your first three purchases. So there was a very clear hierarchy. She was saying that anything ceramic is highly desirable, anything rose gold, anything platinum, anything titanium. So you have to start with steel. You have to start with code 1159. And I was like, absolutely not. But anyway, so they at least have a shtick that they give you, and they're pretty clear about that, even if it is insufferable. Alan Gildo says, for 37, give her pie. And Big Meat says, I would give up U.S. government secrets to the Chinese for a Royal Oak. No comment.
Of course,
Joe,
full disclosure, I am joking. For Big Brother who is listening, I am joking. So
hey, Big Brother might be closer to you than you think. So we always have to be careful with statements like this, but it's a good joke. It's a good joke. I would give up U.S. government secrets to the Chinese for a Royal Oak. JB says they have Serena looking so serious all the time. I don't know why, but I guess people have all sorts of expectations from celebrities. A lot of them unreasonable, especially if you are a person of color and you're a woman. People have all sorts of unrealistic and unreasonable expectations. I remember instances where Serena won a Grand Slam and danced in joy in court, and people have likened it to something and taken it out of context and beat her up about it for days on end in mainstream media. So, you know, if she is looking serious, it's really not her fault. Thomas Broadbent says, I like some of the older APs. Right there with you, brother. Is not the value and more traditional play to search for the older, smaller versions, example, Tantalum 34 or a dual time? Hey, Thomas, I actually did an entire video on mid-sized APs from days of yore, the 36 millimeter APs. And that's exactly where I would go as well. Yes, I made an entire video about this. I'm going to share the link for this, a Royal Oak within reach. And someone I really like with a similar philosophy, even taken into the next level, is Mark Cho, who is the proprietor of the menswear store and brand, The Armory. And he has a very nice collection of watches himself, and a good chunk of it is smaller sized and even quartz pieces. So he has a lot of he has, I think, a number of Royal Oaks that are smaller than 36 millimeter and that actually have quartz movements powering them. And I commend him for that, because that's the sign of a man who just makes his own choices. You know, the market be damned, someone else's perception be damned. And I think I can appreciate that as a man of principle. Jimmy says, caution, Meech, meta police are listening. And Jake Brooks says, I think you're saying code first. And Blondie's rich, big D boyfriend, Marco, to Marco, she says, or he says, can I get your autograph, pretty please? Yes, Marco is a small-time celebrity among all YouTube celebrities. We all need his autograph. Dennis K says, AP hierarchy probably depends on who you are, and I'm a nobody. Did you book the appointment under the name Lord Hellespont V? I should have. Man, listen, I'm willing to give up my aristocratic titles for the right woman and for the right watch. But I haven't been approached properly yet. So, but getting a Royal Oak might just be the thing that I'm willing to give them my aristocratic title. I will be deposed properly for a Royal Oak Jumbo. Alan Gildo says, hey man, if that watch is good enough for Serena, we know it's good enough for our asses. Hey, for sure. And that's the strongest woman in the world. Yeah, I mean, that's real life Wonder Woman. For sure. 23 Grand Slams. There's only one person who has beaten that. Thomas Broadbent says, please don't normalize APAD nonsense, break them. I'm not normalizing, but it's at least it's out there. It's in your face. At least they don't play games once you put your foot in. Otherwise, they're despicable. They can't even keep their own promises. I mean, if you make an appointment with someone, it behooves you to keep it. If I weren't already in a shopping mall where I could just spend an hour walking around until they called me back, I would have probably made a scene. I would have been an absolute Karen. But I let it go for once. But I don't think I will go back. And like Thomas, like you said, if I ever get a Royal Oak, it will be something on the secondary market, and it won't be one of the contemporary hype pieces for sure. Hey guys, let's tone it down with the with the porn.
Yeah, Lord,
level.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to hop on it right now.
Yeah. Please. Like, again, trolling is fine. Trolling me is also more than okay, but yeah, let's not refer to sexual acts on the woman in this community and everything else. And um I don't have sympathy for a lot of these characters that are involved in the conversation, but then again, that doesn't mean I want them to be insulted in this particular way. That being said, we have already crossed 2 hours of airtime. We have a little bit more to go, but if you have been enjoying the show and if you are not a subscriber yet, please subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon. I cherish each and every member. You're all very important to me. And every subscriber, every upvote, everyone who presses the like button is very important to me. So thank you for your support and presence. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit that like button if you haven't already. If you have been enjoying the conversation, if you have been learning from it, spread the word, share the link on other platforms. Help me get to 1,000 subs and help me get this channel monetized. Until then, if you want to support the work I do, if you want to encourage me to run these sorts of live streams and create more original and exclusive content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and Eddie Fu reminds you, upvote fellow Fikers. And Marco, in giving his autograph, also shares this statement: everyone goes crazy for standard Royal Oaks. One of my favorites is 26120 SD ST dual time. I love that one too, Marco. I actually, along with the annual calendar, the dual time is one of my favorites. And in this 36 millimeter case, if I'm not mistaken, no, this is 39. Okay, I think there's a smaller dual time that I really like. I will show the one you just shared first. Let's see. So this is the model that Marco is talking about, 26120 in steel. This is the 39 millimeter case that has the additional day and night indicator, I think that is. This right here. This is the power reserve, date, and the secondary subsidiary hours and minutes. And then you also have, and I have a bunch of them in my notepad on Chrono 24. Where are we? Where are we? Getting there.
Or can you update your screen, by the way?
What does that mean?
It means like you don't have it on the screen right now. Like I think you've got your page frozen. Either that, we can't see it very well. There you go.
All right. So and you have it in the 36 millimeter case size, which is the reference 25730. And this is actually again an originally Jaeger LeCoultre designed dual time movement that has the date, the subsidiary dual time dial, and the power reserve. I love this one as well, even though the dial on this particular watch is a little rotten. I love these. I also love the I also love the annual calendar models in that same mid-sized case. Cage. Let me see. Where do I have that saved? Are they all sold already? Possibly. Oh, there it is. Yes. Actually, this is one of my favorite Royal Oaks of all time. It has this asymmetric dial where you have the month at 5 o'clock and this red arrow indicating the dates on the chapter ring. And then the rest of it is just a beautiful 36 millimeter mid-sized Royal Oak case. And the reference number for that is 25920. And this is one of the models that I'm looking into in that video that I shared earlier. Let's see if I have that again. Man, oh man. All right. Marco Ferrante says you don't have it on the screen. Should be fixed by now, but thank you, Marco, and thank you, Joe, for alerting me. Wristwatchholic says Vacheron Constantin second gen dual time use the same movement. Yes, it is the Jaeger-LeCoultre. All right. Mamba Mentality, what's up? Marco Ferrante, love your new video about famous shows and watches worn on those shows. Welcome back to the channel, Mamba. RJ reminds us that it's not on the screen. Hey, hopefully by now it is. And Marco, thanks, Mamba. Thanks a lot on... Okay, thanks a lot, Mamba Mentality. I appreciate it. Hope all is well with you. Bezos. Everyone wants an autograph from Marco Ferrante. And he says it will be available on eBay soon. Dennis K. Marco's watch knowledge is amazing considering most people his age don't even wear a watch and just use their phone to tell the time. Marco, man. I want to be a Marco man. There's a lot of love for Marco on this channel. RJ says, you should say with every watch purchase from Marco, you'll put in an autographed photo. Hey, I know someone who does that, who sells autographed photos.
Yeah, my fridge is currently occupied with two of those photos.
RJ says, you should say, yeah, sorry. Jimmy says, yup, a nice AP. Have not seen this one before, the annual calendar. And Thomas says, the white dial dual time really shows the texture. I'm not a huge fan of white dials on Royal Oaks, but I see what you mean, Thomas, for sure. And Marco responds to Dennis. Thank you, Dennis and RJ. And Wristwatchholic says, make me a Marco. So you want, I mean, again, don't mistake it. My name is a fake aristocratic title. It's not divine. So I can't fashion people into existence. So I can't produce you a Marco, Alex. My apologies. That's something only to be accomplished by God.
That's an inside joke, Lord, but
But I would like, if I think only a Marco can turn someone into a Marco. What is the inside joke? Explain.
So this is long story short. I forgot who it was, but Marco. I guess somebody was mad at Marco because they took away like the moderating privileges or whatever for this gentleman, and he came on Archie's stream just madder than holy hell, and he tripped over his own words, saying like he meant to say you make me a moderator right now, but he said you make me a Marco right now, or I'm gonna kick your ass, and that's always been kind of the running joke, like you make me a Marco right now.
And to add another layer to this complexity, Aussie Expat says, wait, what? This is the real Marco? I'm so used to troll accounts. Well, I will tell you this. Marco Ferrante is his own troll account. He runs his own parody account, and it's called by the exact same name, Marco Ferrante. He says, I like the 25730ST. Still, will keep my eyes peeled for one. The 15450 fits me perfect, so maybe I will like that dual time also at 36 millimeter too. Yeah, look, again, there are a lot of watch sizes that people neglect just by a knee-jerk reaction, right? Anything under 40 is one. But because, for example, the established jumbo size for AP Royal Oak is 39 millimeter, some people think automatically that 37 would be minuscule, that it would be too small. But turns out that since 39 on paper wears larger on the wrist, for a lot of us who are possessed with, who are cursed with or honored with daintier wrists, skinnier wrists, actually the mid-sized, whether it is the current 37 millimeter or the earlier 36 millimeter Royal Oak, might be a better fit. So check those out. As always, before you commit to a purchase, before you buy a watch, make sure to try on at least one or two of its examples, at least of similarly proportioned watches out in the wild, in person, before you commit to a purchase online. Sight unseen, a lot of these watches are just impossible to pin down. And if it's not worth the risk, if you are not getting the deal of the century, I would not plunge into buying a watch that you're not familiar with in a tactile way, that you have not handled in person. Dennis, have a good night and keep representing Canada. Dennis, thank you for being here and take care. Have a good night yourself. Bobby Google says, guys, thank you for all the love. You too can have this kind of watch knowledge. You just have to have no social life, guilty as charged, zero interest from any woman except your mom, guilty as charged. It gives me excessive free time. Well, that's why I have so much in common with Marco, I guess. Jimmy says it was Rich Body, the guy who wanted to be a
Yeah.
Marco. Yeah. Big Meech on Dress Watch Talks. LOL. And Marco says, thank you, Dennis K. Aussie Expat is laughing. Ryan Singer, white gold. And Marco says, the more I get to see and handle big watches, the more I gravitate to smaller sizes. Pause. We had a Breguet 3237 chrono come in for a ridiculous price, and I came very close to pulling the trigger. Let's pull up the Breguet 3237 chrono. Yeah, that's a beautiful classic chronograph, and it's in 36 millimeter case size. And it's a beautiful piece. You all know my love for um, older, vintage styled 2 register chronographs, and this could be a good example of that. I mean, there's just manual chronographs with exhibition case backs, always a thing of beauty. There's so much to observe and contemplate. And of course, the guilloche dials of Breguet uh, are one of the best in serially produced watches. A very nice piece. I think you can rock this, Marco. I think this could be an interesting purchase. Thomas Broadband says AP Tantalum is very classy. Yeah, the older AP two tones with tantalum rose gold, I've always loved those. And I think that's again a sleeper and um, relatively speaking, a good deal in the world of APs. This is a quartz movement model, so it might not be that desirable to many, but obviously there were many of them produced with an automatic movement as well. Marco Ferrante says, yep, 36 millimeter. It's a Roth Breguet 2. Daniel Roth, as you guys might know, used to work for Breguet, 2 register, Breguet hands, guilloche dial. A lot of these characteristics are, of course, of Breguet, period. Crazy case, lug construction, and Lemania 2310, otherwise known as CH27, one of the most well-known and respected manual chronograph movements. It's the movement that gave us the base of 321, the caliber that powered the Moonwatch. It's the movement that gave us the base of 3970 that has the perpetual calendar module, of course, on top of it, and was for the longest time Patek's flagship model as the perpetual calendar chronograph. So that's a lovely watch. That was a Breguet 3237 that Marco passed on. He says, I loved it, but sadly, I sold it to someone very fortunate. RJ says, the prices have gone crazy for it, but what's a stunner is Audemars 26330 ST. Even 6 months ago, it was a very different story. Yeah, they've gone completely insane. This is the day date, basically. I remember seeing day date with moon phase under 35K not too long ago. This is now, I think, above 70 on chrono. Full set, of course, that must mean something. But I love these as well. Yeah, now it's 70,000. Crazy. But yeah, so you have to go to the sleepers. These are desired now. These are desirable now. So you go for the dual time in the mid-sized case. You go for, this is a 40 millimeter case, right? So you go for 36. You go for dual time. You go for annual calendar. but certainly the smaller case sizes are just not as in demand. So if they work for you, you take advantage of it. And Bobby Google says, in all honesty, if I was still making the bucks from Archie's audience, I would have bought that watch. Unfortunately, now I have to work for my money. Interesting perspective. Eddie Fu says, Breguet 5817 BA 12 Avo. Sure if I'm familiar with that watch. Let me pull it up for you, Eddie. I think Watchbox has it. This is like a Marine, I think. I like the new generation of Marine. I didn't really like any of the earlier ones, but this is something that the Watchbox has. All in yellow gold with that rose engine turned center dial, Roman numerals, big date at 6 o'clock, Breguet hands. I mean, it's a nice watch, but
It kind of reminds me of a Cartier. I mean, this seems like a design Cartier would come up with.
I love the one thing I love about a lot of Breguet watches is the coin edge finish on the case flanks. That always, for whatever reason, that always appeals to me. I love the Type 20s for that same reason. I mean, this is a cool watch. I really don't like the bracelet, but everything else reminds me of everything that I like about the current generation. Which is, for example, the 57, what is it? 5517 is the one that I really like. The one with the one in white gold, you can get it with a rubber bracelet, rubber band. You can get it with a leather band in the matching color, and it has this beautiful hand guided guilloche wave dial. It has like a sportier version of Breguet hands, Roman numerals filled with generous lume, which I think is basically the worst aspect of the watch. But other than that, I like a lot of things about it. Yeah, I like Breguet in and of itself. Thomas Broadband, here's a shift. Thoughts on stainless steel Blancpain Perpetual, adding see-through case back. I'm all for the so-called democratization of complications. So anything that allows the public to have a so-called grand complication in stainless steel gets a seal of approval from me. That's why I love Jaeger-LeCoultre. That's why, to a certain extent, like IWC, because they have a lot of models. Again, they have had a lot of models that offered, for example, a perpetual calendar in a stainless steel case. I think Blancpain, the Villaret series, has the same. I haven't seen the model with the see-through case back, with the exhibition case back, so this is something that I would want to take a look at later on. Max from Trax NYC Jewelers. Where my boy Marco Ferrante at? No way. This is Max. LOL. Max, what's your manager name? And Max says, yes, sir. Interesting. Guys, we're approaching the last half hour of the show. So if you have been enjoying the show, please hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please do that and hit the bell icon. I'll join you with the live streams at this exact time every night for the foreseeable future. So I would love to catch you again next time tomorrow. In the meantime, I will be also uploading a lot of content this week. So keep your eyes peeled. And if you want to support me, spread the word, share the link on other platforms. We are on the verge of reaching 600 members, but our first major goal is 1,000 subscribers. So if you can help me get there, if you can help me get closer, that would be invaluable. I really appreciate your presence and support on the panel, in the chat. But if you want to encourage me and if you want to support this channel, you can always consider making a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV.
Send money now.
Perfect. That's why I love you, Meech. Meech, do you like Patek 6119?
I have no clue what that is. You're gonna have to bring it up. I don't know Patek's catalog at all.
Bring it up. It's their Calatrava with the hobnail Claude Paris bezel. Manual wind, dress watch.
Oh, one of
They have-
these. Yeah. Actually, I don't I don't mind these too much. I gotta be honest. I gotta be frank and honest with you, Lord. Lord, can I tell you something? Nobody's watching, right? No, nobody's watching.
No. Just
I gotta be honest. I
Just the two of
quite
us.
like Pad Dick, Philippe. You know, I think they're a bit of a sleeper brand, completely underrated. In my opinion.
well,
No,
look,
BS
to a
aside.
certain
Actually,
extent.
I do like this though. I do like it. Jokes aside, I do like it. It's not too old manish. It's the perfect amount of modern, but yet conservative. Does it go against the laws of like official dress watch? Yeah, you could say that because the dial is too busy for a dress watch, official dress watch.
Yeah.
But I think it's an exceptional timepiece, and it's just it blends modern and throwback, if you will, perfectly.
Yeah. For me, it's a no, but simply because there are just better options. And I know this particular watch also breaks certain rules if you really want to be absolutely strict with your definition of a dress watch. But I think 5127 in white gold, which is to say 5127G, is an incredible watch. I actually love a Calatrava with crown guards. I know that's not traditional. I love that it has an automatic movement, actually. I love the Dauphine hands. I love the center seconds. I love the date window. I love everything about this watch. And I think in many ways, it's one of the best watches that Patek has ever made. And it's extremely undervalued and underrated. And as much as we just joked about it, Joe, even if Patek itself is obviously not a sleeper brand by any stretch of imagination, when you step outside of the hype models, there's a lot of value to be had. You can get one of the perfect dress watches from anywhere between 20 to 25K. You can get a platinum annual calendar for Fike's sake for 35K. I just came across that deal not too long ago. And I at least have the wrist roll to show for it. And this is just a beautiful piece. Like who would say no to something like this? Platinum annual calendar, which is one of Patek's signature useful complications, moon phase power indicator, that beautiful starburst silver dial, and of course, as is the shtick with Patek's platinum watches, it has that small flawless diamond lodged at 6 o'clock, right between the two lugs. And this particular example, being pre 2009, also had the Geneva seal movement powering it, which is nothing to sneeze at. So great value indeed for that particular segment.
Indeed, yeah.
And Alex makes a good point. 39 millimeter is a little big for classic dress watches. That's why my choice was 5127G.
That 39 mil would be a men's size, though, right? Wouldn't
That's
be.
a
It wouldn't be.
37 mil for me for a dress watch is just perfect. Goes well with members only jacket 1977. And Marco Ferrante says Vacheron Constantin 1942, more interesting and nicer in my opinion, for cheaper. Marco, by the way, I wonder why you are not clicking the link and just jumping on the panel by now, since you are part of the conversation and people are showing you a lot of love. So if you feel like it, if you feel up for it, you are more than welcome. And Thomas asks, how did the platinum feel? Is platinum worth the extra cost? Nothing is worth the extra cost, but it feels so nice and heavy in the most beautiful way on the wrist. It comes with the tank buckle. That's what the standard was, at least for that particular model, which is 5035P. I would, if I were to ever get that, I would probably pony up the cash to Henri Stern Watch Company in New York City to get the matching déployant buckle in platinum. Would give a little more balance, I think. But in either case, it's not heavy in a bad way. It's not a top heavy watch, really. But you want to go for the whole 9, right? You want the Calatrava cross on the back, so on and so forth. So it's just a very cool watch, and a platinum watch on a leather band, I think, feels just right. On a full bracelet, that might be another thing, but platinum dress watch on a leather band, I think, just feels good. Bobby Google says, Lord, I appreciate the invite, but I'm shy. I've been told that I have a face made for radio. Hey, don't feel bad, Bobby Google. Not everyone can have the most beautiful voice and the perfect jawline as I do. It's all right. Joe doesn't, but he still comes on the panel.
Yeah, but I've got this, so it pretty much evens out.
It really doesn't, but that's you do have a better watch collection, objectively speaking. So maybe that makes up for it. Marco Ferrante says it's 1 a.m. and I'm in bed. It's sultry, but maybe someday soon. Cool. And Marco is laughing. Thomas Broadband says high 20s, great Geneva seal. No, man, you are not getting an annual calendar in high 20s anymore, at least not at this point. Maybe they will continue coming down, but that piece in platinum, again, 5035P, 35K, and that's before tax. So unfortunately not high 20s. I would have snapped it up if it were high 20s at this point in time. Max from Trax New York City Marco in bed with another man, his roommate. Hey, no problems with that. We actually, I mean, that's the default here, by the way. Max from Tracks, you should know. Um, Homosexual and homoerotic relationships in the watch community are the norm. Everything else is a little perverted, but we love straight men too, and we welcome them in our community. So, Max, you should always feel welcome. Um, Marco says Joe sprays on his Adidas cologne and gets the strippers going crazy for him.
I used to, yeah. There was always an inside joke. Marco, I've actually upgraded to my cologne game. I've gotten Creed and I've gotten the Mont Blanc, but yeah, I used to spruik Adidas quite frequently.
The shepherd says, I may not have all the looks, but I do get all the sheep.
I'm pretty sure that's Green Room. You know what? Green Room is such a witty character.
It can be anyone. It can be anyone. I don't know who that is, but if it's Green Room, hey, Greenie, we appreciate you in every shape or form. So everything you do for this community, it's been wonderful. And if it's you, you got the hairline right, you got the patched jeans right, and you gave me a very nice role in the, what was that, the Royal Rumble. So I appreciate that. and that's why I did not send an invoice to Archie Luxury for using my likeness. So I held off on that just because of the great work you did, Greenie. Thank you. And also, yes, the Joe loves his girls. Joe loves his girls. Jamie Opulence, top of the morning, chaps. Hey, man, it's nice to see you. I need more drink. We are in the last stretch. Maybe we'll go for another hour. I don't want to oblige Joe, who is 2 hours ahead of me. But I might actually
dead.
go.
It's like it's 12:15 here.
Making love to another man. Hey, love is love, man. As I said before, it's the norm in the horological community is to make love with another man. Most of us in the watch community have never talked with a woman. Others have not talked to a woman since the onset of the pandemic. Yet others just prefer the company of men. And here we are. Joe, what do you say?
No comment. I'll admit you caught me off guard there too, so no comment.
I painted you into a corner, so wise decision not responding to it. Thomas Broadband says the tactic for the AD game is Nike cologne and gift back Sutter Home whites, and I don't even know what half of that means. So thankfully I don't need AD game. And Jamie Opulence says 7:15 or 07:15 in Europe. Europe awakes. And Marco says, good night, Jamie Opulence.
Lord, I gotta be honest with you. My back is killing me.
Sir.
Like my chair is getting fucking worse. Honestly, it's doing like a full 180 now, or fuck me dead.
Joe,
It's
and
awful.
you haven't been contributing to the plumbing or dirty magazines fund for a while. Save up that money and get yourself a nice chair. How about that?
Jesus.
That's my gift to you.
Hence why I'm always fucking slouching. Jesus Christ, this thing's gonna give away at any minute.
But again, it can't be all that comfortable with all the magazines you're stacking also to look taller than you are. But
yeah,
I do feel
Tickers keeps moving around. He's getting fatigued.
Jamie Opulence says, good morning, Marco. Loving the new content. Keep it up. And Marco says Joe has a ridiculous watch collection, but sits on a dollar store chair. Oof.
I want value. I want value for money.
And Thomas Broadband says, "Where's the spring in the couch when you need it?" Yeah, we have tried that too. Joe has joined us from the couch as well. That's not much better.
No,
Not
I need to
much
update my furniture terribly.
And Marco says, "Thank you, Jamie Opulence." Oh man, Max, I think you're gone by now. I'm sorry. Guys, again, trolling is fine, but if you just focus a lot of nastiness towards one person in the community, in the chat, that's really not okay. If you want to focus on trolling one person, that should be me, maybe Joe, but really preferably me. So
If you do it towards me, it's a hate crime. Just saying.
and I thought I was crying about that. Come on. Alan Gildo says, "Your back's gonna snap." And Thomas says, "Pull the cooler from the barn and use it as a bench. Here's an idea." Alan Gildo is laughing. Yeah, I mean, now that puts me in a difficult position, Joe. I would like to take the piss out of you, but now you have painted me into a corner, so I have to be nice to you.
Well, I'm not gonna pull
Even
a
though,
cam.
again,
I'm not gonna pull a cam. Put it that way.
I mean, again, you don't contribute to the plumbing fund enough for me to be nice to you, but I still have to be. This is a dilemma. This is a dilemma.
As Archie says, it's gone cactus. It's gone pear shaped. These are tough economic times.
Indeed, they are. Indeed, they are for all of us. Honestly, I'm glad we have this community. I'm glad we can pass a few hours of our time every night talking watches and a bunch of other nonsense surrounding watches. That's a great relief. That's how I started this stream, saying this is a little bit of group therapy for us. This is a little bit of a space where we throw around ideas, where we work through questions and issues that come up as we are on our watch collecting journey. And our larger idea today was about how we envision our collections and whether we focus a little too much perhaps on having this or that watch, having a chronograph, a dive watch, and a dress watch, and why not a travel watch as well. And whether we could actually sideline that problem, whether we could actually think about our collections in a different way and make our own decisions, go after watches that we want just because we like them and not because someone else approves of them, not because everyone else desires them, not because they rate at a certain monetary value in the market. And of course, still, even though we talk this talk, a lot of us, including me, are not really ready to walk the walk. I still think twice or even three times, even when I want a watch, and I know that it speaks to me, that it sings to me. I still end up backing away and backing off when I think it won't retain value, when I think it's not Rolex, when I think it's not this or that, when I think it's not a good investment. So we're exchanging ideas, and it's sometimes a situation of do as I say, not as I do. Great. Nice unibrow there. Mossad plant. Of course, I could pluck the unibrow, but it's a valuable distraction. While you focus on my uni, I gather my intel and slip away. I won't slip away. I am gathering intel and I am coming after, I have already made that commitment. I'm coming after certain people in this community. Mossad has nothing to do with it, nor does my own ethnic, religious, or national background. But all of you fuckers who are threatened by me, rest assured that you have good reasons to do so. Thomas Broadbent says, if Rudyard Kipling read by Sir Michael Caine. Right. Nice piece, though. The unibrow. I love it, man. I love it. Gotta love it. Jamie Opulence says, thoughts on the Cartier Love bracelet. Joe was going to buy me one. He still is to make good on that promise.
It's just tough economic times. There's a wait list. I was told I have to buy jewelry first. It's very laborious work.
And you don't love me that much, after all, Joe. Let's admit it.
Well, it's mutual.
Let's be frank and honest with each other. You don't love me enough to buy me a Cartier Love bracelet.
Well, first off, I need to get the Birkin bag from Cards first. That way, I can flip the Birkin bag after that, and then I can take the profits from the Birkin bag, and then.
If it's large enough, I will take that as a gift. If it's if it's a large-sized Birkin bag, I would rock that.
I gotta talk to Cards.
Thomas Broadbent says, begins with the Trinity ring. Jamie, actually, my serious response to this, I think Cartier makes great jewelry. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery, they say. And, Cartier's jewelry is perhaps the most copied, pirated, and imitated in terms of designs. There's a lot of knockoffs, a lot of super clones made from some of the famous Cartier designs. So that should already recommend it heavily. When you ask me, the Love bracelet specifically, I find it a little too on the nose. The fact that it's locked in and everything. I find it a little creepy in all the ways that modern ideal of love is a little creepy and possessive. So I would move away from it, personally speaking. But if Joe,
I know Jamie's been talking about getting it for a while, like no BS. He's been talking about it seriously.
Yeah. But if
for him
Joe
and the missus,
if Joe gifts one to me, I will flip it and use the profits to produce content for this channel. Oshino Mali, you got 48 hours to go fucking public with your information, or I'll go fucking public. Go ahead. Go public with what?
No. That's, I know. Again, Lord, that's an inside. That's not really an inside joke. But did you watch that video where Nico called Oshin?
Yeah,
and he didn't know about it.
I did.
Okay, yeah, that's what it's referencing from.
Yeah. I mean, again, I also know that that's not the real Ocean.
Right.
But anyway, not sure if the Love bracelet suits a man. Jamie, I think in either case, it's I just don't. Well, it's not my thing. No offense though. Again, I think the fact that they are so often imitated, yet so unique. In a lot of their designs, you can think of the Trinity ring, you can think of the Love bracelet, you can think of the Juste en clou, the nail. I think they make beautiful pieces. The Love bracelet in particular, I find it a little too on the nose, and to me, it represents everything that I actually detest about the modern ideal of love. And its possessiveness. So it's not for me, but due
I
respect
think
to
I think it.
anyone and everyone.
I don't know. I see a fair amount of guys wearing them, but there. I think it's weird if you're not married or don't have a significant other. I think it's weird to wear them. I know, like I ran into one gentleman who does wear one. I mean, he goes around, so to speak, but he's never committed. So I think it's a little weird if you're wearing a band and just not committed. Um, but I also know of another gentleman. He doesn't have any fingers because of an accident. So he wears a bracelet to substitute, and his girlfriend wears the matching bracelet. So
Mm.
it kind of works.
Thomas actually asks an interesting question. In the secondary market, especially, this watch is significantly cheaper, and for good reason, because I think the Santos is a more iconic design. It has a nicer bracelet. Um, but I'm a huge fan of H08. I think it's I love, first of all, cushion shaped cases for sports watches. I appreciate the fact that this has an in-house movement built by Vaucher for Hermes. Hermes owns a stake in that manufacturer that also produces the movements for Parmigiani Fleurier, PF. This movement in particular is called H1837. As you can see here, it is decorated all over the place with the proprietary H. Um, I love this watch, actually, from the material to the combinations it has with rubber bands and canvas straps. I genuinely love the entire range. The one with the orange rubber strap, for obvious reasons, is my favorite. I love the fact that they designed an entire font out of scratch for this watch in a way that matches the date also, which again blends into the dial, right? No, none of that white background bullshit here. I just think this is a beautiful piece of design. I think you can get one right under 5K in the secondary market, which is a decent deal compared to a Santos. It's not, look, it's not gonna, even though this is the first successful men's watch that Hermes produced after decades, I'm not sure if it will hold its value in the same way that a Santos will probably hold its value in the secondary market. That being said, I think this is a kick-ass watch. Personally, I prefer the H08s over the Cartier Santos, but I'm sure that Joe is there ready to present the counter argument.
Actually, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't choose the Cartier. I wouldn't choose the Cartier because for the simple reason that there's no screw and crown.
So you are saying you could actually go for an H08 as a proper a sports watch with a rubber band.
Yeah, yeah. Because that's actually going to have water resistance. It's going to be, it's actually a sports watch, as where the Cartier Santos is it's a dress watch. It's not meant to be in sports category.
What's the advertised water resistance for the Santos?
100 bar, but that's irrelevant because there is no screw and crown.
10 bar, you mean, right? Yeah.
10 bar, excuse me. Yeah, 100 feet.
Okay.
But I mean, it's like, it's kind of irrelevant if there's no screw and crown. It's no different than the Speedmaster, right? Speedmaster has 5 bar, and what that's supposed to be 100 165 feet, give or take, if I remember my specs correctly. But again, it's all for nothing because there's no screw and crown. So if you sneeze on it, you're fucked.
I mean, the advertised depth rating or water resistance is also 10 atmos or 10 bar or 100 meters when it comes to the HO8s as well. But I think on a daily use, it is not only a sportier watch, but I think a more rugged, more dynamic watch. It's the one that's more befitting of an active lifestyle. That being said, Santos, again, is one of those watches, just like the Royal Oak, that straddles those two universes quite well and quite efficiently on each side, right? It's both a very elegant dress watch and a serviceable, at least, sports watch.
I think if you get the blue, black, if you get any other dial color other than white, I think that what you just said is justifiable. But if you get just the white dial, it doesn't look good casual.
I think on a leather band or on just another strap, it still can. But I know what you mean. At the very least, I think it does live up to that sports chic ideal that we associate otherwise with the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, with Patek Philippe Nautilus, with with a lot of the other integrated bracelet watches. I know the screws don't line up; they're not supposed to line up in this case. That was a very unique and appropriate design element of the Royal Oak and its octagonal bezel. And those are bolts, not screws. That's why they line up so perfectly for the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. With the Santos, they just don't. And that's how it should be, for better or worse. Alan Gildo says, good autumn watch. That orange is great. Hey, I think it's actually a great summer watch, but I know what you mean with the persimmon pumpkin color. But yeah, it's iconic. The Hermes orange is one of a kind. I think it's more appealing to me, at least, than the Tiffany blue, but your mileage might vary. Thomas says, I inquired about servicing done in New York City or LA or San. About what? Servicing of what, Thomas? You got to clarify that. Alan Gildo says chicks will love it. I think Hermes and Cartier are brands that have a wider appeal beyond the watch community, and it's kind of disproportionate to the lack of love they get in the watch community. And they both made strides. Cartier since the Richemont acquisition, and Hermes since its very intentional attempts in allying themselves with PF, Parmigiani Fleurier, with buying stake in the movement manufacturer Vaucher in Fleurier. They have made very intentional attempts in proving their horological metal or reclaiming it. Cartier has done that very well. Hermes has been doing that maybe more subtly and more under the radar. Bulgari has been doing that for 8 years now. In a row, they have won Grand Prix award for their horological achievements. So those three brands actually have been earning their stripes in the horological community and certainly have that instant recognizability outside of the world of watches, which you may or may not prefer, which may be up your alley or not. Jake Brooks says, how much discount on the Hermes? I think you can if you buy it from an authorized dealer, I think you can ask for even 20%. I would ask 20%. From the boutique, they won't give you a discount.
Yeah,
But
they probably won't.
but if you are the look, I mean, if you are the kind of person at the Hermes boutique working your way up to a desirable bag or something, this is exactly the kind of purchase you would want to do through them. That's the other thing. Eddie Fu says, how do you guys rate Cartier on quality, not aesthetics or movement, in terms of feel, reliability? Okay, I think I will have to cede the floor to Joe about this because I've never owned a Cartier watch. I've examined and handled a lot of them. I will speak my mind, but I think Joe should talk first because he actually has a Cartier Santos.
I don't know. I guess it's hard to compare it to something else, to be frank, because it is its own separate entity. It's not like you can't compare a Cartier in the same way you can compare a Tudor to a Rolex, an Omega to a Submariner. Cartier is just different. It feels solid. I will say this: it feels solid, but it doesn't feel solid like in a tool oil. Like I wouldn't even mow the grass. Like I got a ride lawnmower, and I wouldn't even wear it mowing the grass. It feels sleek. It forms around your wrist. It does have that butterfly style clasp, but that bracelet does feel amazing when it goes around your wrist. It hugs and forms around your wrist. The leather strap I cannot speak to because, well, quite frankly, I find the leather strap to be quite cheap and nasty, which is kind of disappointing when you consider like it's coming from a brand that is about fashion.
Right.
It's not like it's, I mean, JLC blows it out of the water. I would say Omega probably does the same. It's just not a great quality leather strap. But
JB says the black looks great on Santos, and I think this is a nice piece as well.
It definitely is different though. It doesn't feel delicate, but you almost certainly you wouldn't want to do like gardening with it. That, I mean, to the office and back is about as stressful as you would want to be on that watch.
Look, I mean, this is like talking about the Reverso as a sports watch. Once again, that's not what the Cartier Santos was really designed for. It was designed in another time as a pilot's watch, right? So it has that aviation heritage, but rest assured that in the 21st century, there are better tools for that sportier, more dynamic, more active pursuit. So when it comes to those pursuits, of course, you would rather go for a tool watch. Of course, you would rather reach out for a Rolex, for a Tudor, for an Omega, for any number of watches before you go to a Cartier or Jaeger-LeCoultre. I don't think it's necessarily a drawback that they are not robust and reliable in that exact way that a Rolex or a Tudor or an Omega is reliable. Now, that being, or a Seiko even, right? Certain Seiko divers, they are probably more reliable than a Reverso and a Santos, right? That doesn't necessarily make it a better watch. It might make it a better watch for you. Just don't treat your Cartier Santos as you would treat your Rolex Submariner, right? And you can say the same thing about a vintage Submariner as well. You won't treat that watch to the pool, to the beach, to playing with your dogs, perhaps. I play with dogs all the time with my vintage Rolexes, but others might shy away from that kind of activity, right? Because it's a vintage watch. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to swim with it. You're not supposed to shower with it. Again, at the end of the day, the Santos can take certain things, so can the Reverso, but why not just keep them in that soft spot, in that middle ground between what is a very classy, elegant dress watch that can do other things as well. Perhaps not washing the car and mowing the lawn, especially when it's on a leather strap. But certainly it is something that you can take out for a spin, for a walk on the broad walk. You can cycle, um, you can ride your car, you can bike with it, you can go through your daily activities, but you wouldn't take it to the gym. You wouldn't swim with it, right? Even if it had the higher depth rating, I wouldn't swim with a Cartier Santos. It's just not made for that.
Absolutely.
Thomas says, I tried pursuing a pièce unique, all titanium, no ceramic or coated, off-white dial, no dice on them. Doing at this stage, I will keep trying. Yeah, Cartier sometimes has those opportunities for one-off pieces or group orders. They're more receptive to those ideas than any other brand, but I don't know how the process works exactly. About Hermes, I think, Hermes, you can trust Hermes to take care of their product for sure, except they will take a long time, always. So if anything goes wrong with that watch, I'm sure the warranty will cover it, and they will take care of it for you. Just don't expect it back in 4 to 8 weeks. You're probably talking about 2, 3, 4 months when it comes to it. It won't be a priority for them. And that's always a problem. I am just speculating, by the way. I've never dealt with servicing a Hermes watch with Hermes, but I know their general attitude. It's just there is a sense of nonchalance when it comes to that company. It's just like, that they treat their customer well. They take care of their customer, but in a very distinctly aloof way. So things will get done, but it takes time. You need to be patient for perfection, so on and so forth. They have all sorts of excuses, and it's always nice to hear. So I'm sure when it comes to servicing their watches, you have something similar. Thomas says single watch dudes will pull from Hermes with that watch and an AD relationship. And Santos is industrial chic. I think it will hold up. Like a zinc bar in Paris, it will show character and patina. Guys, we are truly in the last stretch, the last 18 minutes of this show. It's been great returning. I'll be on at the same time right after the Archie Luxury live stream, 7:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Savings Time tomorrow. We will have another 20 minutes of conversation here. If you have been enjoying it, if you have been learning from it, please hit that like button. Every vote counts. It's really important to me. Share the link on other platforms. Spread the word. Help me get to 1,000 subscribers. You have all been amazing supporters so far, but it's always better to enlarge the community, and it will help me get monetized. And I'm only 3 subscribers away from 600 right now, so it would be a great help. Until I get monetized, if you want to help this channel, if you want to support the work that I'm doing in this channel, if you want to encourage me in running more of these live streams, creating more original and exclusive content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV.
Send money now, you cheap fikers.
That's not nice. That's not nice. Be kind to our audience, Big Meech.
What you're saying is don't pull a bear?
But I mean, look, I actually do love the community. How can I lie about it? I actually take a lot from this community. It gives me a lot of good energy for the most part. I enjoy my time here. It's really, once you push away a lot of the toxicity, I think it's really a wonderful place. So I
I always
love
get a
being
kick out
here.
of Bear and his view, and like his view in the community.
It's just a shtick. It's just a shtick. Bear is actually a nice, lovable person. He's just manipulated and taken advantage of by a lot of people around him, just like AC3. But hey, what can you do? Um, but yeah, I do appreciate also any kind of support that allows this channel to sustain itself. So feel free to consider a PayPal contribution or Cash App, and the information is in the description and in that running ticker. So if you need it, it's always there. Big Meech. So other than the Batgirl that you have been pursuing through your authorized dealer, do you have any other cravings, any other watches that you really want to get?
I mean, I'm still on the wait list for the Starbucks as well. And then I
Okay.
told you after the Rolex event, I jumped on the wait list for the Air King because I do stand by what I say, and the case redesign feels great. It feels elegant. It feels like an actual sports watch rather than just a chunk of metal on your wrist. Um, and they updated the bracelet to where it's like an actual pro bracelet, like I've said before. I think the dial still is dog shit, to be frank, but for a everyday daily beater, what's not to like? I mean, it's at a cheap price. I mean, yeah, it's the lowest. Oh, well, now it's actually a bump above the Explorer, and I think they got the lumen correct as well. But other than that, no. I mean, there's nothing else I really want. I mean, no, I'm pretty much, a year and a half later, when we look at how I've collected, I quickly rose, jumped through the ranks, got to the top, and I kind of am bored with watches now. I kind of want to pursue a different hobby, a hobby that's actually a little bit more challenging. I mean, that's kind of not all the reason, but a small fraction of
Hmm.
why I got into watches is I heard it was really challenging, and I've yet to find it to be that way yet.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, in all fairness, Joe, and you know that I like be pushing you a little bit. Um, if you don't challenge yourself, you can't blame the hobby for not challenging. You haven't taken much risks in your collection. You have gone for steel sports Rolexes for the most part.
mhm.
So obviously, if you're not feeling challenged, it's not the fault of the hobby.
Well, I would say, how do I say this? So the Submariner was easy for me to get. Like, I was just sitting in the display case. Now, did I pay over for it? Yeah, absolutely. I paid over for it, but it's also jumped up in price now too. The Explorer, I was able to walk in and get. The Milgauss, I got a call for. So it's not. So a lot of the watches that I really wanted for just like overnight, I was able to get them.
Mhm.
As for a lot of these guys, they're still waiting. 10, 15 years from now. You know, it was just too quick, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but again, you refuse to dip your toes into the vintage market, for example, right? And when you want to get a watch that's more than 20, 25 years old, then there is a challenge because you're working with a certain budget and you want a watch that is
Right.
in the best condition that you can afford. And that means there is kind of like a natural wait list because you have to sift through a lot of examples online and in person. And it's a process that can take weeks, months, and sometimes years. And it's much more open ended than any manipulative authorized dealer shtick.
It's not that I wouldn't want to do vintage. I mean, I wouldn't, I don't know. I know I joke and say that there's unwanted shitters at 80% markup value. Um, but it's the fact that I couldn't wear it comfortably. I think that's the only thing that's keeping me away from vintage, honestly, because I want to be able to wear my shit. You know, again, I wear it throughout my daily activities within reason, and I just can't do it with the vintage. A vintage would not hold up to my daily schedule.
Look, I'll put it this way. When I said I play with dogs when I'm wearing my vintage Rolex, I play with mid-sized dogs when I'm wearing my Submariner, right? You know, when I play with one of the Saint Bernards that I see on a regular basis, I'm always wearing my Seiko because I know that Fiker will try to wrestle me with his big jaw exactly where that watch is. So obviously, you know, I love putting wear and tear on my vintage watches. I do take them out. I do take them out of the comfort zone of most vintage watch enthusiasts, but even I have my limits. So I do appreciate that. You know, you just cannot wear a 60s Submariner in the same way you wear a 2020s Submariner. That can open you, that can be a positive thing, right? That can open you other options. I think you can never, like, it just, a contemporary Submariner just doesn't look good on a leather band. A 60s Submariner, no dates, looks perfect on a leather strap. It is what it is. Can you wear it with the same abandon as you can a 2022 Submariner? Not really. Love watch fights and drama. Yeah, but that can be a new name for my channel. LHV watch fights and drama.
That actually would be an interesting channel name.
Barbering Heart says, I have a Santos and I completely agree with you, LHV. Hey, nice to see you here, Barbering Heart. Jump on the panel sometime. We have just 10 minutes left, but if you would like to help us conclude tonight's proceeding, please feel free to jump on. Thomas says, did you ever wrestle with a Mastiff? Saint Bernards are my favorite breed. I've also wrestled and played with Great Danes. I've done tussled with an alligator. No, that's just Ali. But anyway, I love playing with dogs, man. It's I need to get a dog as a daily companion. It's too much break between my time spent with dogs. I need one as a daily companion. Eddie Fu says, Thomas says, first of all, the hunt and researching is the fun for vintage watches. I completely agree. I think we operate on a similar frequency, Thomas. Eddie Fu says, Big Meech needs to get a PF, Parmigiani Fleurier, to get really challenged. And Eddie Fu says, All-Star Burbs is in the crowd. Would you... I'm not asking for much. I'm not asking for something truly obscure. But if the right deal comes across, would you get something like Chapek, something like a PF, or something like maybe an FP Jaune? I don't think there's a deal to come by at this point for an FP Jaune, but maybe, who knows?
Yeah, no. I mean, I definitely wouldn't mind kind of just I wouldn't mind a Patek Philippe, but the JLC would have to go, honestly. There's no point in having two dress watches that would sit in the box and see daylight 12 times a year. Now, I did actually consider a Parmigiani briefly, but I mean, I would buy it secondhand, honestly, because they're just not worth the money at retail. They tank pretty fucking hard. But if we want to talk dog shit brands, if we want to talk about bottom of the barrel, we have Breitling, we have Longines, we have Chopard, we have FP Journe, we have Lange in there. Would I buy bottom of the barrel?
I didn't say bottom of the barrel. I said independent. It's a different conversation. I mean, feel free to share that as well. But
actually, no. I mean, jokes aside, would I buy independent? Probably not. Well, I won't say probably not. The money has to match. The money has to be enough. If I'm going to buy an independent, I have to know I can be able to get the hell out of it at a reasonable price. You know, if I buy it, you know, hypothetically, just shooting numbers, if I buy it at 12,000, I want to be able to know, like, the bare minimum I'm going to get chipped is, you know, I have to sell it at 9. Because I don't want to buy an independent and then, you know, buy it at 12 and the thing tanks down to 3, you know, on the resale market. I don't know. I guess I'm not there. I mean, I've only been in the hobby for about a year and a half, and people kind of seem to forget that I've built my collection faster than most. Probably not the fastest, but faster than most. So I've got time to kind of shift around and kind of move stuff around here, and I don't think.
Let me put it like this, for example. Laurent Ferrier, right?
No.
Emerging independent, great quality watch, some of the best finishing inside and out. The list price is 50K plus, right? I've just seen one of these exact same watch for 33K, so 35K out of the door. If you found a deal like that on a watch like this, would you take the challenge?
Absolutely not, because I find that watch to be fucking ugly, to be frank. But no, I wouldn't. Mainly because I just don't know enough about the brand. I don't know I don't know the market outlook for it. You know, show me the data. Show me the data. Show me how strong it's going to hold in the next 5-10 years, and then maybe then becomes a more serious conversation. But for right now, I just don't know enough about the brand.
But you know, you wait 10 years. Look, I had some great opportunities to acquire a chronomètre bleu and chronomètre souverain 5 years ago at reasonable prices. Nothing to it wasn't a steal, but it was like right under retail, like 10%, 15% of retail. And I passed on it. And 5-6 years down the line, I can't get near FP Jaune. So if you wait 10 years for the next FP Jaune, possibly, which Laurent Ferrier might just become, or Chapek might just become, it will be another conversation. I mean, just putting it out there again. And I'm only pursuing this conversation. I'm only pushing your buttons a little bit, Joe, because you said the hobby is not challenging. And I really think you're not taking the challenges, and maybe for the right reason, right? I'm not pushing you to take the challenges, but you're
well,
not.
now would be the worst time to start doing challenges with the down market. But
Yeah.
I get what you mean, quite frankly. Actually, you know what? I do like Chopek, because Chopek is actually what's the old story? Chopek is actually technically, what is it? The unspoken godfather of Patek Philippe, right? Or do I got that kind of mixed up?
Founding partner.
Okay, yeah.
Who later left.
Yeah. So you know, I do like some of their designs quite a bit, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, Chopek is actually seems pretty solid, even for a brand that's kind of just maybe not as well spoken as, like, just say like Ming. Like Ming is horology, is a horology god right now, right? I mean, nobody can touch the quality of Ming, the pedigree, the craftsmanship.
Guys, just so you know, the guy is being sarcastic, right? Please don't take any statement made like that about Ming seriously. But continue, Joe.
Well, hey, no, you got to admit though, for an independent micro brand, let's just take away the highly inflated price of a Ming, they're actually pretty good for the MSRP price that you would get them for, not the inflated price. For an MSRP price, a Ming's actually pretty damn good. But yeah, I would consider maybe something like this, or a
Thomas
Parmigiani.
says, reading my mind on Laurent Ferrier must be pre-owned. Exactly. I can't share the leads at this time because it is a really tempting offer that I'm kind of considering. But again, for me, 35K on a watch, whatever watch that is always a serious decision. I don't like placing that kind of money on a single watch. Maybe I'll never get comfortable with that idea. Again, as I just said, that I could probably do that for a Royal Oak, especially the extra thin jumbo at that list price, which hovers around 35K out of the door, more or less. But for a Laurent Ferrier, I think twice. And again, I'm trying to be honest with you guys. I say a lot of things, but do I always put my money where my mouth is? Not always, right? Between Audemars Piguet and Laurent Ferrier, I would probably still go for the established brand rather than the emerging brand. So quite fair, Joe. I don't blame you for operating like that, but there is a contradiction in saying the hobby is not challenging when you're not taking actual challenges, right?
There is one brand though I would like to try, and it's completely out of the blue, dark horse.
Tell me.
Creedor.
Ooh. Can I soul read you on this, Joe?
I mean, I know. I mean, it's completely contradicting to my entire statement of grand shit.
Let me, please. I think you just want to get yourself in trouble. You're that kind of character, Joe. You just want to make another bad decision so that you can continue shitting on Seiko as a family of brands forever. You just want to eat shit
You reckon?
on a deal that you get on Creedor so you can pollute these streams with your hatred on Seiko.
I actually did get to not to say one in person, but the Grand Seiko boutique in New York sent me a picture. It said, because I asked them, I said, "Do you ever sell Creedor?" And they said, like once in a blue moon, because the market isn't strong here for it. And he sent me a text message like a couple months back. He said, "Hey, we've got a Creedor in stock." And it was actually pretty damn good. I mean, they wanted 60 grand for it, but it was actually really beautiful, to be frank. What I dropped 60 grand on, I don't know. Maybe if the watch had been like 15, 20,000, I'd probably fuck around with it a little bit.
Guys, for those of you who might not be immediately familiar with the brand, Creedor is like the upper echelon of the Seiko family of brands. They have a lot of artistry that goes into them, these beautiful and unique enamel dials, and everything that Seiko does in terms of finishing the cases, dials, and movements is taken up to 11 in this line, and they are usually very expensive. Often simplistic or simple, if not simplistic designs, very elegant pieces, a lot of times executed in platinum and other precious metals, of course. And again, this is, for example, the so-called Aichi 2 with Seiko's spring drive caliber 7R14, and the list price is approximately $55,000. It's probably, Joe is talking probably about a similar piece.
I think it was like that, except the white dial.
Yeah. White enamel instead of blue enamel, I guess.
Right. So think of it like, think of the what would be the closest thing to compare it to? If you took a Grand Seiko snowflake and just threw it on fucking steroids, it
Mhm.
looks like this giant pearl almost. It looks like a giant emerald pearl. It's hard to explain, but I mean, it was an elegant watch, a beautiful watch,
Right.
and yeah, I was actually kind of blown away by it.
I mean, it's like I know it's not a one-to-one comparison. It's not exact or exactly fair to any of the brands involved. But let me propose this to kind of familiarize our audience. So Seiko Prospects and Presage would be like Nomos, let's say, Nomos Glashütte.
Right.
Grand Seiko would be like Glashütte Original, Glashütte Original, the Swatch Group owned um, Saxonian watchmaker. And Credor would be like A. Lange und Söhne. So if we are to make a family tree and hierarchy of German watchmakers from that famous Saxony town Glashütte, we would have Nomos, Glashütte Original, and A. Lange und Söhne, or you can have maybe Union rather than Nomos as the lower tier, because Nomos is more like between perhaps the lowest tier of German and maybe same as Glashütte Original, depending on the model you get. Then you would have Glashütte Original, which is like Grand Seiko. And then you would have Credor, which involves a lot of hand finishing and artisanship, just like A. Lange und Söhne, which, as you know, has a principle of double assembly for their movements and watches, and hand finishes every single piece of the calibers that they built for their watches across the board in every single model. Negroni was here, so nice to see you, man. Thanks for dropping by. Thomas Broadband says, consider a Vacheron Constantin pre-owned. There are a lot of great deals, Big Meech, but I don't think I have ever seen Meech being interested or intrigued by any of the models I showed on this channel. And that's ultimately, that's the first criterion, right? You can't, I mean, if the guy doesn't like the watch,
I
why
do
should
like Vacheron, but their dress models don't. I don't know. Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, that's what I
if I
mean.
had my way, I would get the rose gold, solid rose gold overseas with the blue dial. It's in your fucking face essentially.
But that's again, that's not a challenge. But what I was trying to say is
I mean,
this: you don't
it's
take a challenge.
$54,000, Lord. I mean,
You don't take a challenge for the sake of challenge, right? You have to like the watch first. So I'm not gonna try to push you Vacheron Constantin manual chronographs and dress watches
there's one
just because
chronograph I
they
like.
present, huh?
I said there's one chronograph. I don't even know if it's a chronograph. It's kind of like a day date essentially. I'll have to look it up, but it's actually one of the very few dress watches that they offer that I would actually probably make a push for. But the problem is
I feel like
it's so expensive. You might as well go to Patek Philippe. So that's kind of my problem there.
that might be actually a watch that our own wristwatch holic owns. I think he has the 56 day date, Alex, and that is a beautiful watch actually. Where is it? Trying to see if I can find it for you, Joe.
I don't know. I'll have to look it up because I think it's like a day date moon phase. To be honest with you, I can't fucking remember.
This?
No, not this one. The 56. No, I took Archie's advice on this one, and Archie kind of basically said this is a nothing watch. It's a watch that tarnishes the brand.
Right. Well, Archie says a lot of things. Some of them I hold on to as if it is divine decree, and others just not true. I mean, I wouldn't write off the entire range of 56 just because. But anyway, yeah. I like these. I like this range, but what I have in mind is something like the Malt chronograph, for example, which is like something like this.
I should just look it up and see what it is. Because it looks vaguely similar to that.
Anyway, so what I mean is ultimately, I would not want to push you towards a watch that you simply don't like just because it's a good deal. I mean, what is a good deal if you don't have your heart in it? You know, it doesn't mean anything.
I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how much money you're shoving around. Like, I'm kind of regretting not buying that Tudor Black Bay 58. That was for like $1,700. I mean, shit. I mean, sit on that for like a year and just kick it out the door for $2,000, and you're making good money off of it. That SOB who bought it got a good deal, in my opinion. It's a little different when you're talking, like $20,000, $30,000, I guess.
Yeah, I can see that. This, by the way, is also based on that Lemania Eboche, that Lemania movement base that gave us the 321, that gave us the CH27, that also powered the Moonwatch, the Patek perpetual calendar chronographs for the longest time. And here it is in the Vacheron Constantin hand-wound
Oh, here it is.
chronograph 47.
So it's this one, Lord. It's the Historique.
Oh yeah, Con de Vache. Yeah.
Now, if you throw that, I'm gonna pull a TGV. If you threw this like on a blue NATO strap, fuck, this would look good, wouldn't it? It would actually make it look sporty.
It'll look all right.
But the problem is, it's $73,000. So at that price point, why even bother with Vacheron? You just push the paddock at that point,
Actually, that one in the secondary market, I think you can easily get for $50K. I think I've seen actually the platinum for less than $55K. So that's an interesting story. But I understand. I mean, again, that is a lot of money to plunk down on a single watch, no matter what, no matter how rich you are.
All right.
Anything above 10, 15K is really pushing it. To me, at least. I have a huge mental barrier when it comes to anything above that. So as I said, I like to keep an open mind, but when it comes to taking that last step, it's something else.
Yeah, I think that might be the one challenge that I guess I could embark on, is buying something from the Holy Trinity. And I guess the more interesting part would be, or rather the more basic part would be, which Holy Trinity brand do I want to pursue? Do I want to pursue AP? Do I want to pursue Vacheron, or do I want to pursue Patek Philippe? Because at that price point, you're shelling up a ridiculous amount of money.
Honestly, again, I think we are kind of circling back to some of the earlier questions that we were asking, right? I'm not sure if it is the right approach to say, okay, I should buy something. I should buy something simply because it is from the Holy Trinity, right? I should buy a watch from the Holy Trinity. I think that might be, at least in my humble opinion, the wrong approach. Why not look at all sorts of offerings they have? I mean, look, they're all very well known. Well, at least Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin are very well known for their hand-wound chronographs. That can be a genre you look into, both at retail and the secondary market. Retail will be very hard to get because the lines are long and the connections are very sparse.
Right.
But in the secondary market, there are options for both Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Perpetual calendar is another genre that you can pursue, but that takes you to another price segment. In terms of the older generation of overseas, there are still a few deals to be had. Personally, again, I think I'm getting sick of hearing this nonsense, like, the best blue dial in the business about Vacheron Constantin overseas. I think it's the most overrated blue dial in the business, with all due respect. But if you can get over that, if you can broaden your mind a little bit, in the previous generation of the overseas, especially the chronograph, there are some amazing deals. When it comes to Patek, the simple three-hander dress watches, hand wound or automatic, there are a lot of great deals. Same thing with Vacheron. So you have to start with that. Like, what do I want? Do I want a simple dress watch? What does Vacheron Constantin have in store for me? Do I want an integrated bracelet sports watch? Can I still find a deal on an older overseas or a Royal Oak that is of a smaller case size? Do I want a hand-wound chronograph? Oh, maybe I do want to go for 5172 if I can, if I have the resources for that.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a different
So I would
field to
rather
play
set,
one.
I mean, I would rather set my mic got unplugged. I would rather set my mind at least on a specific genre of watch, but preferably even one or two watches from each of these Holy Trinity brands, and then start looking into the market. Because I think the idea that, hey, I just want to have a watch from one of the big three, it's just the beginning of a bad decision, you know.
Yeah.
Because it might lead you to get a watch that you don't really want just because it says Audemars Piguet on the dial, just because it says Patek on the dial, because you want a piece from the Holy Trinity.
Well, I know what I would cut out. Like I said, like the reversal would be gone, regardless of whatever piece I get from the Holy Trinity. The reversal would be gone because there's no point in having reversal in a collection like that if you're gonna have a Patek Philippe as a dress watch.
So it will be, in a way, it will be a dress watch. Now, that can be a simple three-hander, that can be a hand-wound chronograph. So that's already a conversation worth having. Man, I don't know, man. Like, I really wonder, man. I just, if you're actually having these kinds of fantasies, dear listener, I really feel your time is better spent watching porn, going out, chasing whatever it is that you desire on the streets, cruising, going to bars, dive bars, classier places, wine bars if you like. Get out there, explore, express your sexuality. But really, this is not a healthy way to engage with it, dear listener.
Lord, I'm a made man. I finally got my own hate group.
I mean, really, the guy is asking nicely,
Yeah, at least he's cordially about it. He's very
calling you
gentlemanlike.
and calling you daddy. So that's not so bad.
Could be worse. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, I've also got time too, and that's one thing that a lot of people, respectfully speaking, a lot of people in the Archieverse don't have anymore. Is I've got the time to kind of line things up. So I've gotten all the I've gotten a lot of pieces that most people would, are still waiting for,
Yeah.
so to speak. So I mean, I think what I will ultimately end up doing is taking a break. The next, once I get the back row, I think I would take a break, an extended break of 2 to 3 years, and dive into something else. Dive into the Louis Vuitton bags, get some purses like Archie. Get a little credit card debt built up, and kind of go from there.
So you basically want to go into something even more toxic, possibly.
Actually, BS aside, I actually am kind of debating whether I should buy a Louis Vuitton watch box. I actually am now. I've gone back and forth on this for quite some time, but if I'm going to keep all these watches, I really should explore a different box. In theory, I should anyways. I don't know.
What's wrong with the current box you have? I think that was a nice one.
Nothing really, but I have noticed. I have noticed on one of the pillows. Now, granted, like I don't know how I should feel about this, but I have noticed on one of the pillows it's starting to kind of fray a little bit.
Okay.
It might
But
be a
that
little
will.
hard to see, but like it's fraying there on the corner there.
Hmm.
If you can see that, like it's one thing for it to fray like on the pillow surface itself, but it's another thing for it to fray like on the edges there where the stitching would be. That's what
Um,
kind of concerns me.
Look, as a fan of Louis Vuitton as a brand, I appreciate your enthusiasm about it. But do you think that LV is invincible and that it will not fray and show wear and tear and signs of
No,
time?
no, but I'm just using that phrase as an excuse to where I need to upgrade the box.
Because I mean, Louis Vuitton would wear and tear in the same way, and they would happily take hundreds of dollars of your money um, to replace those pillows. In your case, I'm sure.
My
But
only concern is if the pillows would be too large for my watches. If they would stress out the bands. Like that's my only concern.
I mean, you gotta try. Do you have a Louis Vuitton boutique nearby
Yeah, but it's like 3 hours away, and I'm not gonna drive all the way up there just to see
in
if it
Chicago?
fits. No, in Minneapolis.
Okay, Minneapolis is 3 hours away from you. Wow, I didn't realize that.
Well, I mean, I'm closer to like the border. Like, I'm not giving too much information away, but I'm closer to the border of Minnesota.
All right. Jesus Christ. All right. So, man, I blocked you already, I thought. Okay. I actually I think I know who this is, and it's really not becoming of the person. So I'm
It is what it is. Everyone gets their own. Everyone gets their wings eventually, right?
anyway. So what I wanted to say is, can you call ahead and see if they have one in stock when you can actually try out, the pillows and other
You
things?
can't.
No.
Well, I'm gonna say, how do I say this? When you call the Louis Vuitton store here in Minneapolis, it sends it off to the directory. So it's like the international directory. It's not the actual store. So what they will do, because I called about this in advance one time. I said, "Do you have, can you send me a photo of the box or whatnot?" She said, "No." She said, "This is the international directory, so we can contact that store and see if they have one in stock." and we'll put you in touch. But just that we just can't let you know what the inventory is, how many they have, what colors they have. We cannot let you know anything because they're the international.
Well, it's a little roundabout, but I'm sure. How about this? I'm not trying to defend them or justify them. I think that's just bad practice for business. But I'm sure your life takes you somehow to Minneapolis at some point.
Once a year.
Well, on that visit, can you put aside 30 minutes to 45 minutes of your time to actually drop by the store?
I could, but here's a problem. Like much like in LA, Minneapolis gets very sketchy, and you don't want to be up there past 5 o'clock. Even on the nicer parts of Minneapolis, you just don't want to be up there when the lights start to go down.
By the way, I will expound on these theories at some point in another live stream after a while, not anytime soon. I have a whole case against these conspiracy theories. Guys, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. In LA, it's not that bad. I wear all of my watches. I see people around me wearing all sorts of fancy watches. It happens very rarely. It happens in certain parts of the town. It doesn't happen to everyone. And you remember that I know exactly who you are, actually, especially because of the way you excessively use that word mate to imply that you are from the UK or from Australia, but you are actually a kid in the tri-state area. And I know exactly who you are and where you are. And let's not push it, I would say. But going back to our conversation, that smash and grab that happened on South Beverly Drive in Beverly Hills to a jewelry store that I personally know. 2 weeks after the whole thing happened, they had replaced their window and they restocked, and they had in that same window case that was smashed and that people used to, that people tried to steal things from, they put a platinum Daytona in that same case 2 weeks after the smash and grab. That's the attitude, because it happens once in a million. It can happen. It can happen in any large metropolitan area in the US. I'm not saying there are no risks. I'm not saying there are no spotters. I'm not saying that there aren't anyone, people out there who would put a gun to your face or who would try to wrestle you off your watch. But it's a very small risk. And there are people who are trying to outplay that risk, exaggerate that risk to make you feel a certain way. Don't buy into it. Wear your watches, enjoy them. I'm not saying with abandon. I'm not saying get careless and wear your best watch when you are walking by yourself and whistling in the most dangerous part of the town around midnight. I'm not saying that, but within the limits of reason, with common sense, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad in Los Angeles. I've never felt threatened in the city wearing a nice watch. Granted, Joe will tell you that my watches aren't worth shit and no one wants to steal them. But that's another point entirely.
Yeah, no, I mean, Minneapolis is, I don't know. I've been up there in the nicer areas, and even in the nicer areas, you have to watch your back. To be frank, I mean, I remember when me and one of my mates were up there, right, and we were walking by, a store, and there was a chalk outline, like a legit fucking chalk outline on the sidewalk, and the cop was standing there, and we made a joke, because I went from the smaller city where that typically you wouldn't see that. So we made a joke oh my God, sorry, who got it this time? And the cop just, is dead serious. He's like, yeah, we just peeled them off the curb here like an hour ago. And it's like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, someone tried to shoot up this place an hour ago. And I don't know, it's for people in Minneapolis, that's like a normal thing, you know. It's like as normal as going to a gas station or something like that. To them, it's normal, but for us, it kind of freaked us out because, like, Jesus Christ, you know, how can you be so casual about it?
Yeah, again, I'm not saying don't look over your shoulder. I'm not saying don't be careful. I'm not saying don't exercise common sense. But really, I feel there are people out there who are overplaying some of these risks, who
Oh, for
are
sure.
exaggerating the environment just to cultivate a certain fear in the community. And don't buy into that, guys. I mean, listen, if you live in a part of the city where you do feel threatened, you know the situation better than anyone else, better than some random guy on YouTube, including me. But uh, exercise common sense, enjoy your watches. Don't let people take that away from you because they say London is this or that way and Los Angeles is this other way and Minneapolis is God knows how. Again, I can't tell you exactly what in each and every instance, but as long as you exercise common sense, as long as you are reasonable, as long as you're careful, there's nothing that should hold you back from enjoying your luxury watch. With that, we are getting ready to sign off. If you have enjoyed the show, if you have learned something from it, smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't, hit that bell icon. I appreciate your support. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for being on the panel, Joe and Aussie Expat earlier. Thank you for everyone for participating in the conversation in the chat. Guys, I'll be back live for the same segment tomorrow, starting 7:30 Pacific Daylight Savings Time and 10:30 East Coast. It will be again a nice run. Until then, if you want to support me, if you want to encourage the work I do in this channel, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Until then, guys, take care. I bid you adieu. Bye. Upvote on the way.